And a very pleasant good afternoon and welcome back to the Bucks County Curling Club. It's the Big Buckin Bonspiel 2024. We're in the second round of pool play here, and we have the Cold Crackers from Anthracite, sketched by Brandon Jackson, with Maria and Andrew Conley and Stacy Jackson. And they're playing a sweep at the wheel, Schenectady, with Chad Alojapan, Matt Green, Jordan Lexi, and Kevin Martin. Not that Kevin Martin. It is Anthracite throwing the red rocks. Schenectady has blue rocks, and they have hammer, the last stone advantage, here in the first end of play. It's two Redstones counting right now. They're both behind the tee line. There's cover there. And Chad's going to like to throw a takeout here. So shot stone belonging to Schenectady. They're possibly sitting two, very close for second. Chad's going to ask his vice skip, Matt, to draw under cover here. The Anthracite Curling Club just hosted their annual Cold Cracker Spiel, which was won for the fourth year in a row by a squad from Plainfield Curling Club. Mark Mooney along with Dean Roth and company. That draw attempt is just a bit heavy. So Brandon Jackson, the Anthracite skip, settling in to throw his first. Brandon's been a long-time fixture here at the Bucks County Curling Club. Been coming down from friendlies for at least 7 years and almost every Bonspiel. This stone looks pretty good, really. Could use some curl, and there it comes. Comes really hard at the end. And that's shot stone. Chad's going to follow down now. And as always, if you're new to curling and have a question, feel free to chime in on the chat. Throw it in there. Give a shout out. Or if you have a curling question, I can hopefully answer it for you. If not, I promise to make something up, which is extremely convincing. And here's Chad with his first. They're working it hard. They got to work it hard to hold the line. It's coming in hard at that guard, and it's going to find that guard. So Brandon Jackson now, it's opportunity to lay another stone in. And up in the Saville Community Sports Center in Edmonton, Alberta, we're watching our very own Scott Dunham and his squad, Scott and Andy and Lance Wheeler, trying to get a win against Aaron Slochinski. So good shot there for Brandon, and he sits two in a really good spot, because you throw the hit, if you're Schenectady here, and you're not counting. So that's a very, very well-placed stone. So very tricky shot for Chad. He's going to need the hit and need some kind of roll into the house. So let's get very, very flirtatious with that front guard. I think you got to be on it. Gonna have to hustle to get past the guard. Oh, we're on the guard now. Can you get creative some other way? Oh, that was sneaky, but he'll take it. That's a score of 1. 2-1 after 3. Oh, sorry, that's a first in. Holy heck, that took a while. Didn't feel like a long time, but it was. All right, score of 1. Yeah, he can't think this was ever the call, but it came over and a plan B materialized, and they turned that plate of chicken excrement into a plate of chicken salad. That's fine. So we're here in the second end of this game here between Anthracite and Schenectady. And because he needed to refill his beer and felt like he wanted to get a change of scenery, I'm joined now by John Haggerty. Hello, John.
Hello. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. So, John, how did it feel to kick a rock away that had to be measured?
It felt great. I was right before it. I was talking with Kevin, the lead, and saying, you know what I really should do during this break is actually come inside and get a beer.
Yeah.
And then he said, yeah. I'm like, no, I'll be good. I'll go help clean up. So I went down and just kicked the rock down.
Yeah.
Ultimately did not matter in the game, but never feels good.
Oh, that's true. It's a good thing, too, because, if there's one thing your skip is known for, it's a calm temperament.
I am just happy he didn't really know what happened until several ends later.
Oh, yeah.
I will say our team name, the Orlando Starfish. I
Yes.
don't know if you know the origin
I
of this.
heard the story of this once, but why don't you share that with our viewing audience? There's at least two people listening.
Yeah, but to our loyal viewers. About a year ago, maybe, we were at the Dykes, I believe, and we're playing a team from Orlando. And actually, we were playing on the sheet. A team from Orlando was on the sheet next to us, and at one point we look over, and the skip, who is sliding down to the sheet to look at it's like Skip's rocks, and he just slips on the ice and starfishes across the entirety of the house and knocks about 8 rocks away. And we're looking on, and we're like, we have no idea how you even recover from this. It's the end of the end. There's a lot of rocks in play, and all of them have been moved. So from then on, we've called that the Starfish, and our team name is named after that specific move in the Orlando Starfish. So I really missed my opportunity when I kicked the rock earlier to yell out Starfish as I did so.
Well, I'm glad we had some clarification for that, because I've always referred to that particular maneuver on the ice as Supermaning. Starfish in our club often has a much different connotation.
So I've heard Starfish is when you are on your back, and Superman is when you're on your belly. So he fell backwards.
Okay.
So in any case, our game here.
We could ask your mother, Trebek. Okay, so here we go. We have an excuse me point of 1 for Schenectady in the first end, and now we have Andrew Conley of Anthracite looking to draw one undercover here.
What's your money on which stone's closer right now?
Oh, I think it's probably blue. It's pretty close, though.
The old reliable overhead view.
Our overhead views are pretty true.
Are these? I can't tell if that one's. It looks like they're pretty above center.
Considering we had a plumb bob up there when we were doing it.
Well, I have good news. It will no longer matter.
Yes. Well, so I'm glad we established that in plenty of time. So it looks like both skips are kind of taking a breather after that mess of a first end they were involved in, even though no real damage was done. This end is looking decidedly cleaner. That Schenectady teams are known to be a little bit head-centric. And
so you see him trying for the directional sweep. I know that you're a big fan of that.
I am. I think it's a great sound strategy, which everybody should adopt.
Yeah, the data is in the favor, correct?
No. No.
For one, I am with you.
Yeah.
I personally believe, even if it is possible with certain brooms, that at club level, some teams will lose more by focusing on it rather than just trying to sweep.
Yeah, a much more important skill is being able to communicate the weight and judge that. Rushers are going to affect that a lot more than anything else. And we're going to get scientific evidence eventually, but
I know all the scientists out there are dying to answer the question.
We have a lot of nerdy curlers who don't believe data unless it's their data. And God forbid we put the folks from Potomac on it because they're actual rocket scientists.
I think that, well, it'll be hard to get the curl, but we need some of those, the bowling assists where it's just a ramp for the bowling ball.
Yeah.
Just get one of those for the curling stones.
Well, we have that machine. It's called Scott Dunham.
Well, have Cody sweep it then for...
Yeah. So we're trying this hit again. Gonna try to pop and flop, chasing behind the tee line, and they popped and flooped.
A little flop.
Yeah, I don't know if I call it a full flop.
Like a minnow flop.
Yeah, that's okay. You can drink the beer on air, John. Everybody knows.
I have a giant stein from Oktoberfest last year.
And what are you filling that with? That looks like the Neshaminy Creek Lager.
It is. It was previously
the Cedric.
No, the cider,
yeah.
Down east.
Yeah.
I've moved on to beer.
The Warehouse Lager is a good beer. It never offended anybody.
Yeah, I say that to my stomach in about an hour.
Oh, it's made out of Neshaminy Creek water.
Oh, then maybe 40 minutes then.
Indirectly, it's the brewery is in Croydon, Pennsylvania, and Croydon's public water supply does come from the Delaware River, and the Neshaminy does flow into the Delaware above where the intake is for the Croydon public water supply. So plausibly, the Neshaminy Creek's water is used in this beer. It's far more plausible than directional sweeping.
So this another draw around, try to get another one counting.
Yeah, but unfortunately, this has got a little bit of the heavies. See, this is where that managing the line comes into play. Because even though we haven't thrown a draw there, we just threw 6 hits down that line.
A lot of them swept.
Right.
Some of them directionally.
Some of them, yes, directionally swept. And that tends to warm up the ice, get all that frost off, polish it up really nice, and it can get a full second faster easily. And we saw that come into play in the tiebreaker on sheet D in the last draw, where, actually not in the tiebreaker, but just short of it, the skip from Philly had a chance to make a draw, and he had to play it on the side of the ice that had not been played, adjacent to a sheet that had shaken 15 minutes earlier. And, well, it ended up about 20 feet short.
That will happen.
So, the vice skip for Schenectady is wearing a Bucky's camo, I recognize by the mascot. Have you ever been to a Bucky's?
I have not been to a Bucky's. I have seen the sign on, I think it's the Pennsylvania Turnpike that says next Bucky's 352 miles.
Ah,
something
and you didn't have the fortitude to stick it out, or you didn't have the $100 for the turnpike.
No, my fiance is actually in about an hour about to drive out to Pittsburgh, so she's going to get significantly closer. Maybe within 100 miles.
I hear they have like these things that are kind of like corn nuts, sort of, that are absolutely delicious. Anybody in the chat knows what they're called.
Anyone in the chat knows what part of the corn is considered the nuts, too.
I know they're famous for their brisket. They call them beaver nuggets.
If they use to bait the beavers.
I don't know. They look like corn nuts.
Beaver nuggets. Yeah,
Sweet.
almost like corn nuts, kind of like caramel cornish.
Yeah. So, like any good, healthy, and wholesome American snack, the first ingredient is sugar. Second is cornmeal. Then our good old friend ate HFCS.
I was hoping the first ingredient to be sugar, and then the second ingredient to be a different form of sugar.
Yeah, it's the third one, corn syrup.
Yeah, there we go.
Then canola oil. Then molasses, yet another form of sugar.
Another sugar.
And then 2% or less the following is salt margin. Maple flour flavor caramel color. There you go.
Probably still healthier than my average diet.
1 ounce is 130 calories. Will set you back 4.5 grams of fat, 22 grams of carbs. $190 milligrams of sodium.
For an ounce?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That seems like a lot.
It does, probably because it is a lot.
Okay. I know my doctor wants me to have like a gram of salt a day. I say, I'm like, I'll cut it down to 2. Be happy with that. The average American eats probably about 5.
So in the meantime, Red has managed.
Oh, there's a game?
Yeah, there is a game.
Oh.
Red has managed to get two.
But corn nuts are interesting.
Corn nuts are interesting. 2 counting in the house, but they're relatively open. They have hammer, and also their redstone is the center guard. How are you liking how this is shaping up for Red?
Well, all things being considered, I'd rather be throwing red right now.
Yeah, 2 in the house.
Yeah,
2 counting in the house.
Yeah, Chad needs to throw a nifty little hit and roll, and well, they're trying to directionally walk it over. We were pushing it, now we're trying to knife it over. We're going to use all the techniques.
They did manage to, I think they are sitting.
They're a sitting shot, but it is 2-3 right now for the squad from Anthracite. So Brandon can see enough of this to pick it and score 3, I think.
Yeah, is this a shot?
This would be hammer. This would be the last stone. And I understand that that's an advantage.
I've been told, though, in practice, it's gone about 50-50 for me.
Well, we've managed to scare away most of our viewers.
Ah, good.
This looks pretty good for Brandon. Just get past the guard and you're good. Up, 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 up. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Ooh, are they going to jam it right
They're
back?
going to jam something on the back, but... Oh! Yeah, that looks like it's steel to me. They're going to take a look-see. Okay. It's been duly adjudicated. We'll see what the survey says. Survey says 1 blue.
Yep.
Makes it 2-0. Taking a look around the barn. It looks like our friends from Potomac have a 4-3 lead over Rick Eswine from Plainfield.
Yeah, rough. Rick was trying to cut down them in the first end and ended up flashing his draw. And Potomac, by sweeping from hog to far tee, or the far house, managed to just get their 4th point into the house on their hammer. Now it looked like Rick had managed to claw 3 of those points back.
Over on sheet C, we have a tie game after 2. That is Nick Smith from Potomac. And that is Ryan Adamson from Jersey Pinelands. Over on sheet D, we have Jeff Gelman and friends from Bucks County. And Zimdog from the Curling Club of Virginia. And with the way his knee slider is rigged up right now, I'm not sure if he's buying or selling. Yeah, Bill, when I'm going to the nutritional value of snack foods, it means I'm reaching a little bit deep. I've been talking to myself all day. I'm happy to have
someone.
Yeah, you know, it's been a whole weekend of talking to myself.
It might not be much more than a body with a pulse, but I'm glad that it's helping.
So we have 2 stones in right now. It's going to be Anthracite with the hammer. Stacy Jackson. Now, Brandon and Stacy, they're an example of a curling romance. They both started in Anthracite, and they fell in love with the game and each other. Cue the aww.
Aww. Now, in a case like this, where I know what my opinion is, but
let's hear it.
Where you have on the first stone, the other team throws it so that it's just biting at the top of the house. And you know that your lead can hit. Do you call them to hit that stone or not?
I mean, if you hitting rocks only ends up if your lead throws a hit, you're never going to score more than 1 point. It's very tough.
That's my opinion too. I think, and it's more on corner guards, but I've seen a lot where there's a stone that's just in the house, and a lot of skips will say, "I can hit it, therefore I must."
Therefore I must. Yeah, that's not the case.
If your goal is to score points, then rock at the top of house is basically a guard as well. By hitting it, all you end up doing is changing a blue guard into a red guard, whereas something more akin to drawing around or playing on the other end of the ice.
See, right now, the way you got that stagger set up, you were gonna prove a good point for me. Now you're not gonna do it. I draw underneath that mess.
Yeah.
Because the angles are your friends right now. If you get first one underneath there, it's gonna score all day. This looks like he's playing to just kind of jostle stuff around, which isn't terrible either.
Yeah, where they have hammer idea to clear it up a bit, but
well, that's gonna come up and make contact, and it's gonna jostle. Gonna rearrange the deck chairs a little bit.
Somehow sit them one, but it opens it up. So
yeah,
not that it's mattering.
Yeah, it's not going to matter too much right now. Scott Dunham is trailing 4-2 after 4 ends up in Edmonton. You know, watch that one on Curling Zone. I told him, John, that he had to make it till Monday because I'm not on the schedule to call a game until Monday.
So are you going up there?
No, we do it from home.
Got it.
I have Studio 3B in my basement. It's amazing what you can do with technology. It's had an experience over New Year's where we called a World Curling Tour Japan event, and we used the Japanese TV feed. Mm-hmm. Hans Frohnlab, who just did the Olympics and the Paralympics, was doing the play-by-play. I did color, so he's in New Zealand. I'm in Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
The producer's in Ontario, and the event's in Nagoya. And somehow that works.
Thank goodness to the internet.
Yep. Turn up the gain on you a little bit. There we go. Dion War wants to hear your beautiful voice.
Maybe you want to turn that down then. Careful what you ask for.
That probably made it a little bit more balanced. Just like Fox News.
I personally go to OAN, so.
Oh, there you go. I mean, they got an eagle as the logo. It's got to be right.
Oh yeah. Speaking of Eagles, when do the Birds play?
Eagles play at 7:30 this evening.
7:30. Great. I'm gonna miss it.
Opening up the season against the Green Bay Packers. The only cheese that will be left will be on the roast pork sandwich.
Available on NBC and Peacock.
NBC 10 if you're local in the Philadelphia market. Peacock, if you're anyplace else. I subscribed to Peacock for the Olympics.
I did too.
And then I canceled.
We were going to, but then one of the shows that we've been watching, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, is only the later seasons are only available in Peacock. So we're keeping it one more month so we can run through those.
Okay. That's how they get you.
That is how they get you.
They took away my football, and then I said nothing. Sorry, that would get too serious too quickly.
Yeah, they already started with that with some Prime games. Are they still doing?
I think so.
I think so. Is it Thursdays?
Is there a way? I mean, that's the only reason why they're going to flip in Brazil. Yes, Stephen Colbert did have the eagle. He was patriotic and accurate as well. Well, speaking of, I don't have a good segue, but there's a nice stone under cover there.
Yeah, that was actually a really beautiful throw. Not easy to both get it under cover and actually out count, it looks like.
Yeah, so they're sitting shot right now. And now, this is a tough ass to pick it out. I mean,
yeah, it's possible. I think the idea is if you take out the guard, it's okay.
Well, then you're just gonna draw and split the house, and you got your junior deuce. Play it nice and simple the rest of the end. You're on Vice Rocks. You can hold it that long.
Yeah, 2 stones left for each team.
With that said, they might just pick it out.
It's looking good. Goodbye.
Look at that.
Nice shot.
They picked that better than you pick your nose.
And I picked my nose pretty good.
I've seen it bleed.
I am known for getting nosebleeds. It hasn't happened that much this year. But if you see me rush out from the ice, good chance it's because I'm about to bleed all over the ice.
And blood is a pain in the ass to get off the ice.
Sudden cold, and it's normally not too dry, but I will get nosebleeds.
You'll spring a leak?
Yeah. Trying to do that draw again. This one looks
toasty.
A bit heavier.
It made it through the house with all due alacrity.
Yeah.
Now, alternatively, you could have hit the one in the 8-foot and been sitting 2.
Maybe 3 of that outside. Oh no, it's the
certainly would have been sitting 2.
Yeah.
Definitely an easier shot to execute. And I went on the whole draw diatribe earlier, but that was a great time to hit.
Mm-hmm.
So, what is Chad thinking of here? Is he going to throw a hit or I mean,
let's see what handle he throws. It's either a hit or that is kind of a draw into just the open space on the
yeah, I think that's almost tap ice. He is throwing.
Looks like
the intern. It's a hit. Yeah. Well, you better start sweeping. That looks good. And that looks good. They're sitting 1, 2, and 3. So now Brandon Jackson's going to have to come up with the skip deuce. So how would you recommend to do that, John?
I mean, if you trust yourself in throwing that draw behind the corner guard, I would do that. And they did show they could make the pick, but it's a hard shot. If you don't think about it, I think the easier one is to try to draw to the back 4 and behind the center one.
Looks like that's the call.
Yeah, I like this. It gives more of an angle for the other team to follow you down. I don't think that there's much room for you to fully bury yourself and stay above the tee line. So you're probably going to end up behind the tee line if you want to be guarded. Right. And in that case, they can follow down. And now you're just drawing on top of that for one, or might even be a hard draw. Yeah. But it's definitely the...
I think if for nothing else, Brandon just got to practice that weight.
Yeah. This one, is it staying for...
Okay, really it's second. Close. It's second shot right now. So
I think the other teams, that's probably why I said just follow down to it.
Yeah.
I mean, you could try to take it out. I think it's there, but there's no reason to try.
If you wreck, you're handing them a deuce on a silver platter.
You turn that chicken salad into chicken excrement that you were talking about before.
That's correct. I see, yeah, our warm room somewhat got a chuckle out of that, and some were confused.
Or some side eye, I think.
I'm used to it. But if they were to put it on that silver platter, currently silver's at $28.25 a troy ounce. So sterling at $9.25. It's about $26.13. So your average silver platter, if it's solid, would probably be about a $250 platter.
This economy, I say that's a buy. Also, can't say I'm too in tune with the economy, so maybe don't trust me. Not financial advice. This one looking
Past performance is not indicative of future results. Please obtain a perspective for any investment. Oh, Brandon, you can make the hit. Get the hit. Hit.
You have to be at just a little, probably on the, oh no, they're just drawing.
I don't mind it. I'm not in love with it. I'd love to try to score two, but I don't mind it. Yeah, that's our next funding thing, is to have inline cough buttons that you can just have one in front of you rather than using the mix panel.
Get one of those, what is it, Stream Decks. It just has a bunch of buttons that you can macro stuff to.
Yeah, well,
think about $100 or so.
Yeah, well, we actually
might not be in the budget.
Oh no, that's not so much a budget thing. We're wired up much more like a conventional broadcast than than a streaming opera. All of our hardware, we're not using, in general, what people would call streaming grade stuff. And
in the meantime,
it looks like Brandon made his draw.
Yeah, to about the back four.
Well,
put that point on the board.
There you go. It's 2-1, and Stacy is in the hack to throw lead stones. So it looked like a point there for Potomac on sheet A. Rob Young doing the backwards walking sweeping deal. Most enthusiastic man in curling.
You know, I have I should have brought it. I have a shirt with his face on.
Yeah. That's disturbing.
Yeah. On the back it says not young with I believe my jersey number is 00. We made it for a Spiel team that he was not part of.
Oh.
Hence the name Not Young.
Oh, okay.
The team, we took a picture of ourselves wearing his face on the shirt, sent it to him, and he sent back a facepalm selfie, which we then went on
made another shirt
the following year and put that on it.
Of course, that's. I mean, he asked for that.
I know.
I definitely give you credit for that. Now,
this one giving up a little bit, but ends up at least getting the red out.
See, I find it interesting that we pushed it and then we tried to move it straight, and we still had it roll all the way out, which we didn't probably want to do anyway.
Yeah, you're not exactly at the up 2-1 is not the point of the game where you want to be clearing the house.
No.
I think you still want a good game going on.
Yeah, guards are good, and it's important to score in the even ends, even though, you really don't worry about that necessarily till the 6th, but no harm in paying attention to it now. Now, Brandon would have loved if Stacy would have given a draw. They're trying to will it to slow down. And it's going to hang on the back. It's a Marv Albert. It's a backbiter, John. Yes. Rob Young is heard in the background suggesting a shot.
Yeah.
And
I'm pretty sure we could hear him even without the microphones.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure his skip came really close to saying, "That's nice."
It's nice to want things.
My response would be, oftentimes to a request like that is, I want a pony.
Yeah.
I want a winning lottery ticket.
I wish the walls were made of gold.
Yep, you could, well, or what
as I see on sheet C, the exact call that I was talking to you about before. Someone throw it to the top of the house biting and then immediately taken out. It looks like that's about the 4th stone, 5th stone in the...
Yeah, well, they might be cruising to a blank now.
Yeah.
That one was way short over here on our ice. And Zimdog is holding a lead, but it was a three spot hung up by Gelman and company. So Gelman and friends are trying to make a game out of it and gives M-Dog a run for his money. Sergeant O'Connor just brushed one all the way home very nicely.
I know in a lot of sports they say the worst lead is up 3-1. In curling, the worst lead is up a lot to a little.
Yeah,
I have thrown it away multiple times from spots that you don't think I'd be able to.
As you say, don't you dare me to lose.
I'll do my best.
He's off the team apparently. Okay. So Brandon's trying to get a takeout here on this stone.
Looks like it's a bit wide of the
Yeah,
mark.
it's been coming back though out there, especially because we're getting into.
Threw it about top house weight.
Sorry about that, didn't mean
Not
that.
even.
Oh, got into the freshie there.
Well, how's a guard on that stone? Is a guard what you asked for?
Yeah, that's like, you know, I'd like a ham sandwich.
Yeah.
We have chicken soup.
If you want, I can pour it on some bread and serve it up
Yes.
with you.
Mr. Hanks, get your hand out of the pickle jar. But I wanted a pickle. Okay, so Chad's trying to slide one in here.
Whoa.
And representing the Schenectady Curling Club. Up there in New York on Balltown Road. Where their famous Bonspiel snack is the crack bacon, the maple glazed pepper bacon that somebody makes there. Dion will throw it in the comments.
That sounds good.
Well,
I've been up there once. It was for a college spiel. Fortunately, college spiels, the cooks are usually the college curlers.
Yeah,
so
they don't rate. You know, you guys don't rate for crack bacon. You gotta be a big boy to get crack bacon.
Yeah.
Kevin Gomes makes the crack bacon. So shout out to Kevin Gomes. You're doing the Lord's work. That bacon is so good that 9 out of 10 rabbis recommend it. This one's just a bit inside. Oh no, we're going the other way. Never mind.
In which case, I think
I'm pretty happy with it.
Ooh. Okay. Picked it out.
Yeah,
Which is, I guess, point number 1.
that worked out.
Still a shot in the back that's half covered, maybe.
Yeah, and you could take this rock on and sit two that way. That's not a bad call. Or alternatively, you could draw all the way around.
I think I would prefer the draw around. Would you come from? Which way do you think you would be easier to come from? We're playing the center, which I'm.
If you're going to throw a draw, you could easily hit the 8-foot coming through the center. So apparently Chad's the president of the Schenectady Curling Club. Mr. Green is the vice president.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a third board member on the team.
Oh, they could hold a quorum.
I don't know if they have a quorum, but and there you go. Kevin Martin, not that Kevin Martin, is the secretary. By the way, somebody Schenectady has to get Kevin a name tag that says "Not that Kevin Martin." That's homework assignment.
I do have a. Oh, I can't remember if it was. I think it's on a shirt.
We are
from
thankful
Plainfield, unfortunately. That.
Plainfield's a nice club.
No, it is.
We like Plainfield.
In fact, my entire team used to be Plainfield members.
I know you guys. Right? Could certainly. Your whole team is Plainfield. Defectors.
But a shirt that on the front.
Welcome to West Berlin, by the way.
Oh, thanks. On the front, that instead of my name said 404, and on the back said error name not found.
There you go. That's not nerdy at all.
No, I'm sure that there's. How many viewers we got right now? Still at 2?
No. We got more than that now.
Oh, good. Hopefully one of them.
They're tuning in by the 5s.
Oh, yeah. Hopefully someone groaned out there.
Apparently. Okay, Brandon, I guess he's trying to draw around the side here.
Yeah, we had a couple rocks in a row that seemed to be draws that ended up being guards.
Well, this looks a little bit more draw-ish.
I think they're hoping it to.
It's got to go. Don't just watch it. It's got the line. Got to drag it there. It's got to get there if it's ever going to be there, kids. Oh.
Ooh, not quite.
Just a bit short. Which I hear is the title of your new book.
Yeah, coming out in early November. It's about 4 pages long. Looks like they're trying to throw a takeout through that port.
I think that port is certainly there and available. Just like your mother, Trebek. Gonna have to hurry.
Yeah, I think I already see a crossover.
Oh boy. Wow. Okay, well, it's not as bad as it could have been. So now you just need to draw and find the full 12-foot. Throw the same line. Throw the same line roughly, and you could even tap up if you have to. Same call, Brandon says. I want the same broom. And I like it. Same broom with more weight. It's either going to draw naturally or it's going to tap that rock in. Either way, you're happy.
Yep.
Yeah, just talking with my counterpart, Cassie, here.
Fortunately, this one
did not curl enough, but
did not push them up to shot.
Did not push them up to shot either. So here with Hammer, how do you make 2?
How do you make 2? Do you want the realistic way or this way?
Okay, I'd like to hear both ways.
Ooh.
You're the color commentator. You're supposed to make, I'm supposed to set you up.
Personally, I think we go for 1 here. It's 2-1. We don't need to get 2. We're still up and going 3-1. I mean, obviously you want to be up 7-0 at this point, but 3-1 sounds good. I just go for the just go for the 1, bump up the blue rock that they're pointing at right now. Just needed about a foot, so you don't really need to throw it any harder than T-line top 4, and you get that. If you really need to get 2, there is some nasty run back the red that's at the top of the house and try to double the back one.
Or you could split the blues on.
Split the blues. Ooh,
So,
yeah, I see. The problem is I don't think that you can
I think
really
if you get
split.
to gear the right way, I think you can get it to spin in.
Do one of those shots you see on YouTube where the skip puts extra spin on their shot.
Yeah, I mean, we're that good, right? I mean,
I am.
I mean, I know that
they are going for the wild.
It's a wild and crazy shot, which is going to result in a steal.
Yeah.
I mean,
fortunately, the red one that they pushed up did not stick around, so at least they didn't give up 2. They didn't change any outcome, but
yeah, it's a steal 1 for Anthracite. It's 2-2 after 4. I think that Jordan could have made that because he would have said, "This one time at Nationals, I saw somebody make it." That's for the friends in the chat.
Therefore, I must.
I mean, let's put this logic towards like other things in life. I can, therefore I must. I can, therefore I must have an extra slice of pizza.
Yeah. I can drop several $1,000s worth of Pokemon cards, therefore I must. Do I know anything about it? No,
yeah.
But you know, I see all these videos of people opening them up. I can do that, therefore I must.
I might covet my neighbor's wife. Should I act on it?
Well, no, okay. You say you might, but can you?
Yeah, I certainly can.
Okay.
But must I?
Well,
see, it's only 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so I get that much cleaner.
Oh, 4 o'clock. Well, that means I can get another refill on my Stein.
Yes, you can.
Therefore, I must.
So there's a guard up there for Anthracite. Now going to ask Kevin Martin, not that Kevin Martin, to throw a guard. So we're going to have the conventional center guard, corner guard set up here, although this one looks heavy. It needs to find some sandpaper.
Well,
it did.
Sweeping it, so.
That looks pretty good. So now, this team being a 5-and-under squad, what are the chances that that corner guard actually gets used during this end?
I have been a couple teams that I've been a part of that it's caused some tension because I lead a lot, and I will have the skip call a corner guard for me and then completely ignore it for the rest of the end. In fact, even there, they were sweeping it. I think that they should have really not swept it. It would have been closer to the center. A little more useful and a little easier to use than where it is right now.
Oh, I certainly agree.
Really, for a corner guard, you're almost aiming to put it on that blue line on the 4-foot line, I think people call it. Maybe on the outside, like just outside of that 4-foot line. Anything further out ends up being hard to actually use.
Oh, yeah, because you're generating an angle that it might be chippable underneath.
Yeah.
I am looking forward to the Eagles tonight, because we have guest here from Wisconsin, and we can hopefully crush his soul.
Well, Schmel has to step away for a second, so unfortunately for everyone out there, you're only stuck with me. In the meantime, it seems that we have probably unintentionally, but a really great pick that happened. We are not playing the center line rule, which means that the first 5 stones, if it is touching the center line, you cannot move them. That is not in play right now. We're playing the old-fashioned free guard zone 5-rock rule. I think it did not particularly matter anyway because that rock was, I believe, off the center line. But it's always good to see a pick happen, even when it's not quite intentional. All hands on deck to sweep that. Didn't quite make it to the house, but a useful center. Very, very nice hit and roll over there. There maybe is enough room to end up actually going through those 2 guards to get that blue, but I don't think that's a shot that you ever really want to call. Just ends up that blue is kind of sitting 1 stone at the outside of the 12-foot. Probably never going to be touched, so the rest of the game, I think their game plan is to try to get it so that that one can count. Potentially only scoring 2, but thinking a couple more, then score as many as they can. Unfortunately, that redstone coming up a bit short. This point of the end, corner guard is not really helping you. I'm sure that was not exactly what they expected the shot to be, but it ends up sitting 1. It is out in the open. However, it's a little weird, even though it's very definitely open. You actually have to come at it with a good amount of weight, just the way that the guards are, and because it's so far back in the house, probably have to throw almost normal in order to get that back red 1 if you end up going for it. And it's probably not even possible right now to sit on it. So that one ends up crashing onto the guard and flopping over, creating more junk up in the front. Little look around the sheet. We have on sheet A, Potomac is up 5-4 against Rick from Plainfield, I believe, is there. Technically, the team is from. Making a good game over there on sheet C. Unfortunately, don't remember who is playing on all those. Blues up 4-2, throwing down, and then sheet D is Blues running away with it a little bit. Currently 7-3, taking another 2 in the fourth end. Gets back to the guard and manages to pick the red in the back. Flops out of the house though. Still blue sitting 1, guarded behind those corners. You want to join me, Devin? Are you sure? I assure you you'll be better at it than me. Oh, no. Nice shot over there by Red to end up really behind some stuff, and looks, yeah, definitely just sitting 1. We have Schmel coming back here.
Hello, John.
Hello. I'm going to end up actually leaving you for a minute. The beer is currently flowing through my system.
Ah, so there you go. Well, we only do rent beer, so there you go. So here we are in end number 5. It is Schenectady. They have the hammer, but Anthracite is lane 1. Schenectady throwing the blue stones here. Trying to raise some stuff up here. Going to get to it. Going to tap, and now how's the depth? It moves it up to the 4-foot, right to the top of the lid. That's pretty good. There's about half of it peeking out on the one side. So it's gettable with a nice downweight shot. So Brandon Jackson, the Anthracite skip, looks to be throwing draw weight here. Doesn't have hammers, so would be happy to freeze on down and even just tap that back. So he's going to figure if he can't just ease one on down to that, even if he doesn't sit shot, a force is a good outcome for him because he will have the hammer in the 6th end if he gives up a force. Lines, this has got a curl. It's going to be close. Easy, easy, easy.
Oh, playing the little bump off it.
But that's not bad.
Oh, does it actually curl? No, it doesn't curl around for shot.
Yeah,
but
that's
a great place to be.
It's a hell of a good outcome. So
time situation, there's about little under 20 minutes left and 3 shots in this end.
And a full another end to play.
Full another end for them to get under that time. Probably good.
That reminds me, I'm gonna have to adjudicate that. I'm gonna have to do something.
Oh wow!
I did 2 things this game. I went and I found a lighter and I rang the bell.
I hope they're paying you enough for that.
I think I'm going to negotiate a raise.
Yeah, the sheet we're keeping track of is the one that's currently the furthest behind. Everyone else has already started their, what is it, sixth end?
Yeah.
Yeah, sixth end coming back.
Well, still final stone of the fifth going on D over there.
Oh, I just saw only a few people on this end figure that they're throwing back.
So on the menu tonight is roast pork sandwiches with provolone and broccoli rabe.
Nice.
True Philadelphia staple. Broccoli rabe is kind of a cousin. It's a kind of a cousin cross between bok choy and broccolini. A little bit of a little bit like both. Slight tinge of bitterness, but not like as bitter as like a collard green.
Mm-hmm. Now, my fiance's family is a big fan of something I've never heard of. Now, have you ever heard of bleached celery? Now, imagine if you had celery and it was like yellow.
Okay.
And tasted somehow less like anything. That is what bleached celery is. I don't know. I hope they don't actually bleach it. That sounds not great. But it does look like it's been bleached.
Bleached celery.
Yeah.
Now, in the meantime, as I contemplate how disgusting that is, Brandon Jackson has a shot to double these guys off in set 2.
Yeah, unfortunately, they seem that they... Ooh.
That was just not a good... That's a slide he kind of wish he could get back, although this is a stupid angle if he gets really lucky. No, you sweep off. He had swept a little... Oh, that was so close.
That would have been...
That was so close to being stupid lucky.
Yeah, for blue, I mean, the idea is throw another one in there and hope that ends up counting for 2. I just think that they end up opening them up for...
I'm not sure if bleached celery will protect you from COVID, Mr. Ward.
No, it sounds quite the opposite.
Bleached celery.
Might protect the celery from COVID.
You know what? This is worth it.
I'll bring it up to Google.
Yeah, this sounds like a between-end topic. Huh.
Anything?
Yeah, but hang on. Let's watch this shot. Final shot, end number 5 for Chad.
Oh,
he makes it by, graces it, and it's good. That's going to be 1, 2, and 3 for Schenectady.
Getting the count out here.
That's going to make the score 5-2 after 5. So, bleached celery is kind of like the veal of celery.
Oh, young celery?
No, well, it's celery that's been deprived of light.
That sounds unfortunate for the celery.
Yeah.
We got someone that's pointing out that someone knows bleached celery.
Which turns the stalks white, yet gives them a sweet yet buttery texture and flavor.
I disagree. Well, I'm not the biggest fan of celery to begin with.
And your fiance likes this?
No, she could care less, but her family.
I was going to say, because then by corollary, she would be describing you as bland and lacking flavor.
Yeah. She could survive off of PB&J's for dinner every night. I'm the one that actually use spices when I cook.
Oh, you're a gourmet. You use garlic.
I love garlic. Love garlic.
I use a lot of garlic. Sometimes too much.
When the recipe says, 1 to 2 cloves of garlic, I sometimes read that as
10 to 20.
Yeah, 1 to 2. Was it full? What is it called? The full thing of garlic.
Yeah, the bulb.
Bulb, yeah.
Or you could just simply, there you go, mystery, just like veal, it's celery abuse, yep. So, yeah. Or in Philadelphia, you could say use the whole John.
Yeah.
You know, instead of 1 or 2 Johns, use the big John.
It's easier that way.
We're in our little quiet phase here on Friday.
Just saw sheet A. It looks like a 4. Yeah, 4 was put on. Potomac now up 9-4.
Yeah, that's how maths.
Yeah.
But there's a few reds in the house for Rick, so.
Yeah, still want to make a game out of this?
Oh, that's terribly unlucky for Rick. Oh, man. So now we have a phalanx of guards up front. And dinner is ready. It's our roast pork sandwiches with cheese and broccoli rabe. This is a Philly classic sandwich. More Philly than even the cheesesteak, or at least more Italian than the cheesesteak. Mm-hmm. Who makes the best roast pork in the city is always hotly contested. There's DeNick's at Reading Terminal Market is always one of everybody's favorites. Mm-hmm. And John's Roast Pork down by the sports complex.
I've had DeNick's. I have not had John's.
Once again, we still have nothing in the house. The house is open and inviting. Nobody wants to walk in the door.
We've had one attempt, it seems like. Fortunately, went into the front door and out the back door. Similarly to that Taco Bell last night.
God bless the children.
Rick currently entertaining his kid. And us, by the way.
We could call it that. Okay, so now we finally found our way into the house. We are in the back 8 foot.
Not the worst place to be.
There we go. I'm glad to see everybody embracing the broccoli rabe. We did get rolls from a regular bakery, and at our next door bagel shop, which also makes hoagies. Get us extra hoagie rolls from their purveyors, so we have fresh proper deli bread for both days.
Beautiful.
Because you can't if a sandwich is going to be dinner, the roll better be perfect.
Better be a good roll.
It's all about the bread. That's what other people in other states don't understand. They say they can make a Philly cheesesteak, but they just don't have the bread for it.
The meat might be good, but the bread has to be great.
Oh, I can get you ribeye anywhere, but you have to be able to make the bread. And my friends, my family who lives in California now say, Dave, you got to make us cheesesteaks. Bring us cheesesteaks. I'm like, well, I can bring you one frozen, fine. Or, I can bring rolls, but then you had to meet me that day, and I had to cook them. Or you had to let me bake bread. And I actually have worked.
Oh, you have?
I've come up with a pretty passable hoagie roll. That's of a pretty good quality. I got myself nice roll forms, so they come out right.
I have not yet gotten into the.
There we go.
Oh,
okay. I got my first thumbs up from somebody who I would expect to be a critic who would actually tell me how it is. That's good. He's just grabbing a piece of the broccoli rabe.
Love to see it.
I burned. I
True Philly.
I took a couple layers of skin off with burns boiling that. 2 full cases of broccoli rabe I prepared. That's a lot, and then you get a unsatisfyingly small amount when you're done.
Yeah, because it starts with so much.
Yeah, it's not
little.
quite as bad as spinach that way, but it still does that. So there was approximately 20 bunches of Andy Boy like you see at a supermarket in each case.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was 40 bundles. And I ended up with 4 full half pans and 5 quarts. Somehow it seems like it should be more than that.
Yeah.
That, and I used a few Johns of garlic and some oil and a little bit of hot pepper. I didn't go crazy, though, with the seasoning because the other seasonings are pretty strong. And the broccoli rabe in the sandwich is the seasoning in and of itself.
Mm-hmm.
So here we go. We're going to draw in here. We do love at our club to try to give a local flavor to people who this is not food that you get everywhere. Anybody can serve you pizza. Every club has their good specialties. Schenectady has the cracked bacon. You have the good steaks, so always at Broomstones.
Yeah. I've not been for the steaks yet, but I do know I need to.
And, I'm even a vegetarian, and Broomstones always has good food. Pete Bialek always comes up with fantastic food for vegetarians. And Embassy Row at Potomac, that's a
beautiful draw.
That's always a spread every time. That is a nice draw. It came a little bit too far back. So now you
fully guarded.
But now you play follow the leader.
Yeah.
You park one in there, and that's going to change everything because once those stones get behind the tee line, John, they don't get closer.
No, unfortunately not, unless if you have some real interesting angles. Generally are only going to get further from there.
I'm shocked. Dusty Devine does not know that Broomstones has steaks.
Yeah. I was at Cape Cod for their summer spiel.
Oh, that's
a month ago, month and a half.
They do lobster for that, right?
Oh, there was.
I know they do the
seafood,
Maniac.
Yeah. So a raw bar.
Okay.
And then a pig roast on the Saturday.
At Chesapeake, well, speaking of pig roast, your former club,
Plainfield
always has the Bonspiel.
Yeah, my favorite. Even though pig roast Saturday, great and all. Best part there, the Friday is the fish fry.
Okay.
Especially if you want to volunteer as part of the fry crew, which I have done every year there.
You get all those little pieces that fall off.
Oh no, they do a crawfish boil just for the fry crew.
Okay.
Because at that point, a lot of the fried food had actually been eaten.
Mm-hmm.
So instead, free beer. Everyone on the fry crew. There was specifically one person
that's a nice draw.
Yeah, that's a good draw. Right on the button. Specifically one person whose job it is to constantly ferry beer back and forth. While everyone else fries, and then afterwards, a crawfish boil.
And then you go to Chesapeake for the fun spiel. You have the oysters. Now I personally prefer my snot in my nose, but that's okay. If you want to grab dinner, partner, feel free
I'll
to
wait
do that.
until the probably right before the people on the ice are getting off. Get before that rush, but
yep.
No, I'm still good. I think was there a draw at
we have
6?
5:45.
5:45.
5:45, 8 o'clock, and 10:15. It's a full day of curling here at Bucks County.
Yeah, I'm on at 8 o'clock. End up being on sheet B again tomorrow.
Oh, I
at
can.
12:30, so you can make fun of me for kicking rocks then as well.
I will mark my calendar.
A pretty good draw right there. I think they're sitting the second rock. But it's a little hard to tell from here.
And Scott Dunham, unfortunately, did not emerge victorious up in Edmonton. Sluch got a 3 on him in the 8th.
Ooh.
To win that game by a score of 7-5. Okay, so Anthracite sits 1 under a full bevy at cover.
Yeah, who has...
Second and third is Schenectady. Anthracite has the hammer, so good news. They're probably scoring this end. But how the heck do you score multiples?
My personal favorite way of scoring multiple is to have someone on the other team not understand when there's a measure going on and just start kicking them out. I had, when I first started, not when I first started playing, but first couple of years, I was subbing in on the competitive night at Plainfield.
Ah.
And they were going to measure, and I don't know if I forgot or didn't understand they were measuring, and as a sub on the team ended up doing what I did earlier and kicking one of the measuring rocks out.
So you're a habitual offender.
Oh, yeah. It's happened. Was not the first time.
Well,
I will say at least in both cases, the outcome of the game was not changed.
so Hammerstone coming up here for Brendan Jackson.
Yeah, trying to draw kind of somewhere in the 4-foot, coming in really hot, though. Yeah, maybe a little wiki whack. No, not quite. Schmel going out there to yell at everyone that they have one more end left to play, or finish the current end and play one more. I believe everyone has managed to get it so that they can play 8 if they choose. Obviously, you can shake before that, but everyone has made it in time, confirmed.
All right, and apparently, if you're a seafood lover, famous fishermen's in Kingston, Ontario is unbelievable. Is there a spiel there, pray tell? I don't know. So it's a score of 1 for Anthracite. They did score in that 6th end, so they'll have another hammer. One more hammer left for Schenectady. They are up by 2. So what's your end plan right now if you're Anthracite?
I think play as you have been. no sense in trying to switch things up. I've had a lot of places where you're up 2, 3, 4 at the end, and you say, okay, let's switch it up. Let's not throw our guards. Let's throw it in, and then you start playing badly because you're not playing the same game that you were before and missing your shots and end up in trouble. So I think you just play it straight up. In the 8th end, if we're depending on where you are, if you're up by 3, up by 4, then maybe you can switch it. But up by 2 ends left, I think you play it straight up. Throw your center guard, or I guess in this case, actually throw your corner guard, draw behind it, or if you're playing that, if you like throw the corner guard and not draw behind it, as we see a lot of times, I guess that's okay too. Did get their corner out though.
The Famous Fisherman's is the name of the Spiel in Kingston, Ontario.
Apparently
there's raw oysters, lobster and seafood buffet, and Saturday's breakfast is fried perch.
And
perch,
what time of the season is that Spiel in?
I have no idea. Apparently we're shills for them now, but we got in a food conversation, so food conversations are fun. Looks like somebody might draw underneath that yard. It's going to be anthracite, though. Now, that's a nibbler right there on the top.
And actually, you probably could still end up drawing behind the nibbler. I think that's what I would end up calling here.
Yeah, well, he's going to ask Kevin Martin.
To do the shot that I was talking about not liking?
Hitting, yes.
Yeah. Oh, he's going for the center one. I guess I like that maybe slightly more, but...
Fair to say you hate it less?
I hate it less. I'm not at the I don't hate it yet, though.
There you go. That Spiel is in early April, and Dusty Devine is already marking it on his calendar.
All right.
There we go. That got a hit.
Got a hit. And dead on center.
And it sticks, and it is a biter, but it's not as bitey as the other biter.
Yeah. You end up swapping the red stone for the blue stone.
Yeah, so it's we got a nibble against a pretty good chew.
Yeah.
So now he's going to try to draw around the outside.
Around the outside.
Around the outside.
Around the outside.
Just a reminder, kids, crack kills.
This is in no means an endorsement. Sweeping to get it.
Gotta get by. No, you don't want to. Oh, now see now it's.
Now it's a chomper.
It's a chomper, yeah, but that's. See now your opponent's gonna be sitting 2 on you. And they have a chance to have some separation.
Yeah, although it looks like they're actually calling them to end up flopping back towards.
Oh, that's actually not terrible, and I'll tell you why, John. Because if you do that, you're taking that shot away from Brandon.
Yeah.
That's the best way for Brandon to generate offense.
Fortunately, this one a little outside. Probably just going to hit it about on nose and end up splitting the house.
Now that directional sweeping to push it over very effectively held it straight the whole time.
Yeah. Gotta like it. Still very much like where you are with blue right now. Nothing guarded, but 2 in the house, and it's at least open for you when you're...
And you're winning.
Yeah, you're winning.
You know, they say we're going to get tired of winning.
For me, it's hard to get tired when you don't do it that often.
This line is substantially better. Now it's about the weight. It really just took the curl because it does not have a lot of rotation. Almost in danger of reversing handle.
Oh, and speaking of,
it just did, yeah.
Sometimes the knuckleball helps you, and often it doesn't.
I am really good at the announcer's curse. So,
looks like a straight up hit on here.
Yeah.
Bit and a little more than a bit outside.
It does have to curl a lot, so maybe we can push it over.
Yeah, let's sweep it over. And end up.
We're going to believe that it worked because it happened.
Yeah, exactly. Results oriented thinking.
Put that one in the win column for confirmation bias. So, Weiss skipped Maria Conley, wearing a shirt with a interesting phraseology on it. Says that assholes live forever.
Well,
we don't have the kids box checked here, so we're okay. We can do that. We just try not to F-bomb it up.
Yeah.
At least not too much. Or no risk of being demonetized. We don't have enough. We only have 300.
We already are.
Well, we only have 352 subs. You got to get 1,000 subs. Like and follow. Do all that stuff.
Don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button.
And that little bell so you get those notifications.
Yeah, comment below about anything.
Oh, we're getting, yeah.
YouTube is kind of like my middle school self. It doesn't really know the difference between positive and negative interaction.
YouTube is so cruel. When I was doing my cooking videos during COVID, I had some people who, were really fun. A lot of my, subscribers knew me and all that stuff. And then I did pick up some random people on the internet just from the algorithm. Mm-hmm. And I had some videos that got a lot of views because apparently shorts, because apparently the young generation can only handle a 22-second video. So you try to show how to make a dish that takes 15 minutes, how to make in 22 seconds. Lemon pepper pasta. Squeeze lemon.
Shout out to... what's that, Schmel? Is that right?
Schmel What's Cooking.
Schmel What's Cooking. Almost got that.
Yeah, well, Schmel What's Cooking, and then we have our my sister brand, Travel with Schmel.
Yeah.
Help you with all your travel needs. And proud sponsor of the Bucks County Curling Club is Pass Line Casino Parties.
Mm-hmm. Saw them at the Squeal.
We were at the Squeal. We were also scheduled to be up at the early season Spiel at Ardsley, but they had chiller issues.
Oh, I heard about that.
See, the funny thing is, I heard about that. I heard about the Spiel being canceled, and I canceled my guy, but they never actually called to cancel the casino party. So, just for giggles and shits, around 3 o'clock the day we were supposed to go, saying, "Hey, my guy's on the way. He'll be there in about a half hour. Make sure you have the check ready for him."
Here we see where there was some directional sweeping. I'm sure it really helped by actually pushing that redstone into or undercover.
Way undercover.
Way undercover. Might as well call it James Bond out there.
Yeah, so I let them stew on that for a while before I said, yeah, he's really not coming.
No, no, we found out. We got it.
Okay, so Brandon's going to try to stick another one in there.
Bit outside, but it's been curling like hell out.
Yeah, right there. Right there is where it catches it. And he's playing the right line for it. And the line's perfect. Just got to drag it for the weight. Look at that. Oh, keep it moving, keep it moving. Don't stop sweeping. Why did you stop?
Oh, I mean, it is. I don't think, yeah, I mean, maybe you can get it, but.
Well, it's their edge on, and you can get it, but you're never sticking around. The shooter's going unless you throw this short run, which.
Yeah, it looks like that's probably what they're doing.
I think that's what Chad wants to take on here. It's only about a 4-foot run.
Yeah, it skips first rock here.
And they have hammer. And you do it right, you'll probably move the raised stone under cover.
I think that
Well, that's a lot of ice for ice. Thank you. We both thought that at the same time.
Is that, I mean, maybe they're just coming with a tap back.
Especially especially there on the 4. It's not like we have a fall there, but it doesn't curl like a Dickens there. You got to get out a little bit further.
Yeah, draws curl here. I haven't really seen the takeout.
That's usually most good, quote-unquote, good ice. Yeah. Once you apply weight to it, the stones run straighter, and when you take the weight off, they curl like all hell. It's a surface that will reward a good shot and punish a bad one.
Yeah, the weight coming out.
Well, the good news is he missed the broom by a mile, so he's got a shot. Oh, we even waited on it too long. That's going to overcurl. Because that was a very gentle weight.
Maybe?
That's a very gentle weight.
Yeah.
That was like a shiatsu massage at best. So, if you're Brandon, I just throw a guard here. I have a good chance to steal 2 and be tied coming home and have to steal 1 more. Because ultimately, if you steal 3, you still have to play to steal.
Yeah. It's not very common to see blanks, especially when both teams are trying to score.
So, I would be straight guard here. Now, this one is just a bit outside.
Just a bit heavy.
It's going to dig in, I think.
Problem
it's
visible.
It's no do. I think it does. I think they are sitting 3.
I think you are correct.
Wow, it just hung around enough. It hung around like a bad infection.
It's going to go with hung around like my ex. Lots of discussion here.
It was a win for Dave Schlanger over there on sheet A. Handshakes there. They defeat Rick Eswine from Plainfield in that game. Oh, Gelman and friends stole 4 against Zimdog in the 7th end.
Oh, and now they're
up 2 in the 8th. My, oh my, how the tables have turned. You can grab the end of that game over on the Sheet D stream. Sheet C looks like a fait accompli. And it's going to be Team Smith dispatching Jersey Pinelands.
They're really going. They really need to make it around the guard. I think they have.
That's going to hit that blue. Now, is it going to only? It might not even go.
Oh,
it did
okay,
cut him down.
Second.
It did cut him down. It's a steal of 1. really, really close there. So now
Steal another one.
steal another one and throw a skip draw.
Yeah. Or two and just win it.
Well, sure, but you got to steal one before you can steal two. So, how to steal?
Guards.
Guards.
If there are no guards up until your 7th stone, or even on your 7th stone, I still say you throw a guard.
I have thrown a guard on my 7th stone once.
Yeah. I see a lot of people that you see it more often when you're down 3 points, 4 points, where you think, I'm down a lot, I have to throw it in the house. The problem is that if you throw it in the house and the other team hits and sticks, now there's a stone for them in the house. If you throw a guard, and even if it's after the 5-rock rule, the other team hits and sticks, the guard is still there. Or even if they roll to the side a little bit, there's still a guard there. So it usually helps you to wait as long as you possibly can before you start drawing in and throw the guards, because it's a lot harder for the other team to end up doing a true peel, as opposed to if they miss it by a little bit and they don't have to hit it dead on nose, but if they roll over a couple feet, well, that's still a guard for you to use. So now you're down by 1. Really, if there are less than 2 guards, I think that you just throw another guard. If there are 2 guards in the same place, then you try to draw behind. That's how I would play it.
All right, sounds good. So that first guard is up from Brandon Jackson. And Chad's coming right in the pool. He has one in the 8-foot.
With a really nice one there, it's actually going to be hard to kind of be guarded and outcount that.
Throw another guard.
Yeah, throw another guard. You can't get that too much in your head. There's a lot of end left to play.
Yep. That blue stone, you don't have to be counting in. You don't have to be counting the end. And at this point, it doesn't matter whether you lose by 1 or 20. Try to make the rock score.
This one ended up coming in.
It is going to come in. So it's coming in right to the back button
shot.
That's a it's a good button shot. Well, you don't want to draw to it. You want
less rocks.
You want to hit it. Yeah.
Yeah, there we are.
There it is. For a second, I thought he was giving the old draw signal there. And all right, so Kevin Martin has to hit it.
Not that Kevin Martin.
Well, yeah, but we need to hit it like that, Kevin Martin.
Yeah.
He started it out just a little bit.
I think now it's time for the directional sweeping.
Shut up.
Go. I think regardless, it was probably going to.
It was probably going to hit it, but we'll chalk that one up to confirmation bias.
Ended up being good, so back to the game plan, throw a guard.
Throw a guard. There you go, and the broom's down for it.
Yep.
Brandon doing the decidedly old-school method of just putting the broom down by literally just putting the broom down in front of him. He doesn't show the broom head, he just puts the broom down.
No, I've been known to, sometimes when I skip, to have very dark broom heads or broom heads that match my pants. So...
I had a black broom head on, and my teammate, who happens to be sitting not too far away from me, complained that my broom blended in with my pants. So
currently using a black broom head. Fortunately, I am playing front end.
So
does not matter.
So I'd have to find a way to spread my legs or whatever to make sure that they could see the broom. So then, John, I was at Gary from Brooms Up Curling Supply, who, by the way, will be at this club, this very club, on Saturday afternoon at 1 o'clock. He had this bright neon yellow broom head, so I got it. I put that bright neon yellow broom head on, and the first remark I hear is, that's really bright. And I looked and said, really?
My the person playing vice skip on my team right now, Dave Grassi.
Bearded Dave.
Yeah, he is known for his
Oh.
brightly colored brooms, broom heads.
See, that directional sweeping didn't help there.
Yeah, unfortunately. Well, I know the game plan was throw guards, but you got the stone there.
No, that looks pretty good. That might be the Alamo.
Yeah.
I think it's time to plant your flag and dig in.
At some point, you can think about throwing a second one in there and playing for the win.
Let's. I'm going to wait until they miss a peel before I even consider that. I want 2 good guards on this rock. And I think this is the first one. Get off of it, guys. Whoa. It's going to finish. It's going to finish. Don't overcurl it. Stop. Whoa. Off. Whoa.
Ooh, okay, that works.
That's kind of reversed there at the end, too. Came back a touch. That's in a really good spot.
Now the looks like the peel call coming out.
It's time to peel.
Maybe a chance where you end up kind of rolling over it and maybe get both, but there's probably going to be at least one.
We're going to have some
guard at the end of this.
Yeah, we're going to have some shampoo shots here. Probably some lather, rinse, and repeat. Yeah. And
looks like it will peel.
Yeah, that peel and left to guard. That peel is brought to you by Chiquita Bananas.
Great source of your daily potassium.
Oh, hang on a second. They need me.
Dave is currently running away. I'm hoping it's for an emergency, not because he thinks I smell. Ooh, sweep. It'd be really unfortunate to leave this up. And there we go. They got it over the line. You can really stop now. Stop. You don't want that a guard. You don't want it. Ooh. Maybe overcooked it a little bit. I think it's still too hard to actually come around and get at that red that's sitting. So I think the plan is still just start peeling them away. Oh no. They're going for it. They're trying to tap that blue on the side back. Personally, I think you keep going after the guards. This shot's going to be there later in the end if you want it. But if you can get it now, then Godspeed to you. Ooh, it looks like they're pretty inside. They might end up actually getting the peel that I wanted. Yeah, there we are. Split out those guards, a pretty good result. Of course, back to the game plan. Putting up guards. I hear the call of a touch more weight. Probably not what you want. You really don't want this in, and it's definitely in. It's going to be in and out. Well, the good news is you still have that one guard up there. But down by 1 and looking to steal is not the place to start flashing stones. In case if you were wondering. All right, going back to that kind of run back. I heard the weight call of board. Actually looking pretty good. Ooh, didn't end up curling, and splitting it out. Red's looking at trying to get the second shot in there. How many rocks left? It is 6th stone for red, I think. You still actually throw a guard. Oh, sorry, it is 7th rock. Going in. Definitely looks like draw weight. Ooh, maybe not, maybe not. Coming up a little late. All right. You get the guard. That's pretty good. And blue, now you're going to have to start thinking about maybe running back one of the guards to kind of double. Ooh, they're going for the draw. Actually, yeah, the draw is definitely there coming around and sitting on top. It is behind the tee, so if you can sit on top of it, really good place to be. They currently like it, but sweeping to curl. I don't know if you need that right now. You're really close to that guard. Ooh, beautiful shot. Really nice, and now you're at your last stone for red, and you need to make this count. You need to follow up that draw. And ended up sitting on top. Oh, no, they're looking at maybe raising. Yeah, their call right now is to raise on the center red. As a lot of weight. It's just going to end up going, ooh, are they going to have some sort of weird tick? No. And blue has a shot, but there's no need to throw it. Shake should be coming out, and there we are. Coming down to the end, playing a good game, unfortunately. The guards at the top started clearing out. Gave the draw path for blue. They took their advantage, had a really nice one, sat it right there at the back of the button, and there just wasn't enough time to to come back and get their red in there to steal. So a final score of 6-ish to 4 brings to end our 3:45 game. And I think it is time for me to go get some dinner. Maybe see you guys back later to comment on the 6:15 game.
So here we are at Bucks County Curling Club for the Big Buckin Bonspiel. We're here in second game action pool play. We got Pittsburgh Curling Club and the Big Sexy Curling Company with Big Sexy himself, Dustin Devine, the skip, Carson Turner, the vice skip, Matt Gilson, the second, and Doug Williams at lead. And they're playing against Utica Greens. Shockingly from the Utica Curling Club. With Tammy Dunnigan skipping, John and Dawn Burns, and Dan Reed. We're serving broccoli rabe here tonight, which is quite similar to the Utica Greens. Although I could ask it, I'm quickly told no, it's not. No, it's not the same. They're both green. No, it's different. It's a different vegetable for sure. And welcome to our viewers in curling land everywhere. It is currently Utica with a 3-1 lead. We're in the third end of play. Utica is throwing the red stones. Blue is sitting 3. They have hammer. That is the last stone advantage. But, however, all their stones are currently propagated behind the tee line. All right, so after that stone from Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh is sitting 2. Tammy's going to have to try to weasel one in there to limit the damage, or else Big Sexy's going to have an opportunity to at least tie this game up. This one needs to curl. It's gonna, just kiss it. It's still Pittsburgh sitting 1. I believe Utica is 2-3, and that's going to be their saving grace there. So it's going to be a draw for 2 for Dusty Devine, which would tie the game up. Dusty Devine, a past president of the Pittsburgh Curling Club. They have some great spiels coming up. The Pittsburgh over-under and the Pittsburgh 5 and under, which will be a USCA qualifying event. Check all that stuff out at PittsburghCurlingClub.com or .org. It's one of them. And Dusty Devine. Final stone, end number 3. Time to go now. Carson said you can't hurt it. That means don't leave it short, kids. Don't leave it short, kids. Oh, but it's short. It is so short. That is just unfortunate. So it's a single point for Pittsburgh. 3-2 after 3. Take a look around the ice shed right now. Diamond State has a solid lead over the Philly squad. They have a 6-0 lead right now. Paul and Jennifer. Over on sheet D. We have a 3-0 advantage for Seth King and his squad. His team is throwing a guard without the benefit of him because he had to go use the little skips room. And Monica Walker has a 3-1 lead against her opponents from Bucks County. And back here on sheet B, we have a center guard up for Pittsburgh. I thank you for joining us today. It's been a great day of curling thus far. We have still 2 more draws after this. Plenty of action left to ensue. One guard down, and Dusty says, come on right down to it. Oh, we have a Superman over on sheet A. The only thing that's hurt is his pride. All right. The Pittsburgh Curlers are sweeping. It's Matt, it's Carson, it's Matt. They want to get right down to it. Carson declares that he's done and stops. Great sweep of those guys there. And now Tammy's going to use those offset guards and come around here. I like that strategy because that's probably where their opponent wants to go first. So they might as well get there. So this draw attempt from Utica, it's a little bit wide. It's going to hang out there like a dangling participle. So Dusty's going to call for the pop and flop. Asking for hack weight. Hack weight, pop and flop. Well, there we see the beauty and the effectiveness of the directional sweeping, effectively pushing their opponent's stone closer to the button. Tammy's a big fan of that rock. She wants to protect it. That draw came up pretty good. All right, Dusty's going to ask Matt to draw around cover here. He's going to try bringing it around the outside. Around the outside, around the outside. Easy, 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 easy. It's got enough weight. Pretty good shot. Tammy's like, I don't care about your good shot. Get off the ice. I'm going to take it out. Seriously, Matt, get off the ice. There you go. I will say Tammy is quite decisive in her calls. This one's just a bit outside. They just kind of set it out a little bit on the delivery. Just a little bit of an input on the way out. Now Dusty's going to get to throw the guard. It gets, wow. Well, we just shelved the laws of physics for a moment because I didn't think that was possible. That wound past everything. Very tough to do. And this is going to be the hit. It's going to stick. Now it's going to give Pittsburgh a chance for a hit and roll back. Now, at some point, Pittsburgh needs to make a shot here because there's starting to be a plethora of Utica stones around. And they'll be fruitful and multiply if they're not careful. Oh, I think Carson just threw a nice one there. Looked really good off his hand. Just a little bit too much weight. But, oh, that's tricky. Now we got a lot of stuff behind the tee line. And Tammy says that's behind the tee line's not good enough, so. Yeah, I like that. Come right on in. Mr. Come on in. I want to thank all of you for joining us out there. Stay with us all weekend long. You can watch every sheet, every game on our YouTube channel. And here comes the draw attempt from John Burns. John Burns, former member of the Anthracite Curling Club. Long-time skip, past president of that club. I'll tell you what, that was pretty darn good. All right. Dusty is not going to let that tunnel vision get to him. His first instinct was to draw. And we'll see if he does that. Okay. After taking care of some Spiel business there. Fifth end here. Big Buckin Spiel. Tammy Donegan holding a 2-stone lead over Dustin Devine. I'm fine. That one right there. And now we have your friend and mine, Joe Weber.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Joe.
All righty, catch me up here. Dave, what are you looking at?
Well, this game is called curling.
Curling. Why do they curling? Why do they call it curling?
Because the rocks actually will curl and bend around. But no, seriously, we have Utica versus Pittsburgh here. Tammy Donegan's squad, one of 3 Utica teams here, playing against Dusty Devine at Pittsburgh. They are the Big Sexy Curling Company. Dusty is Big Sexy. There's a good story for that. But isn't it obvious?
It seems obvious. Those watching can just see clearly on the camera.
Yeah, absolutely. Now that is going to raise a Yinzer rock through the house. So it's currently Pittsburgh sitting 1. And they have the hammer here in the 5th end. And I think Carson just wants to take out the red rock. Yeah. So given a choice.
Just take out the red and sit 3, right?
Yeah, given a choice, Carson always wants to throw it. Carson has a little bit of Glessner blood in him. But with that being said, it's not a bad call. With all, you want to keep that shooter around. So now Tammy can see her way out of major damage because want to hit and try to.
Yeah, she called just to sit on that, but I'd like to hit also.
Oh, she's given that option now.
I think they changed to that. There we go.
Yep, so we're going to hit, and the idea is to try to roll to get closer to your opponent's rock. Because right now, the house is split, as we would say, so there's distance between the rocks. Right now, that angle is not very favorable for a double takeout. It's there.
It's there, but not at this level so much.
I made one like that on Wednesday. Actually, better than that.
If we get one and roll the wrong way, ooh, not even going to get the one.
Oh. So, you go top 12
You go
here?
top 12, get a counter and still protect? Yep.
Yeah, there you go. That's the call. 4. See, I'm really rooting for a score of 2 blue here so I can use one of my favorite call lines.
Okay. Then we'll all root for that because we all want to know what that is.
That's not really that special.
Oh, okay.
But just kind of, but it does roll off the tongue. This one is curling on up. I think Carson's throwing a pretty good stone here. Just a skosh deeper than they might have liked it.
So lock it right on, I guess, at that point, right?
Yeah, that's what it's going to do. Double takeout there is inviting it, saying, hit me, hit me, hit me. So Tammy is going to come and drop the sword of Damocles on those rocks.
do you think? Can they get them both to go?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah. I believe. All right. Tammy Donegan. On it right off the jump. Line's pretty
Coming
good.
right back. If they can hold it.
If they can hold it, it's going to nose it. It's going to be off nose, so you're not going to clear everything. But you did eject the one, and you're sitting second, so that's not too bad. That second one's way under cover.
Yeah.
So effectively gets rid of the opposition rock. So Dusty is going to try to draw down into there now.
He's looking to draw just to sit on it, not to come heavy enough to move it.
Yeah, but if you were to move it just a skosh, wouldn't you be happy there? If you could move it like
Right.
one rock's worth, that'd be really cool.
Right at this point, it's like it doesn't have to be out. It just has to be.
Yeah, I mean, well, I
A
don't
little out,
Yeah, I don't
you know?
think I want it out, but if you move it like a stone's worth, that'd be really cool. So Dustin Devine, the epitome of cool. Meteorologist by trade. He delivers. This has got to work its way over. Looks a little spicy. Spicy is bad here. Spicy is bad.
Spicy is bad.
Oh.
So this should just be a simple hit to lock in the
Yeah,
force to one, right?
Yeah, to lock the force in. That's what you want to do for sure.
And then what do you like? Do you like hitting and staying, or you like hitting and rolling out? You want to force the hit or force the draw for the opponent?
I always like forcing the draw.
Yeah, right. That's considering he just threw what amounted to a heavy.
But if you hit and if you hit and roll out here, you do give him a shot to pick it out for a deuce. It's definitely there. So I guess hit and stick is what you want to do.
Interesting, they chose the other handle from the last shot.
Oh,
And
that's gonna
is going to go through. I think he's
Oh.
going to tick the top one, maybe.
Oh, that's really bad. That needs to stop. Thankfully for them, it did, I think.
It did.
Appears to have stopped in time, but
Heavy draw to the.
oh yeah, Dusty's got to try for three now. And I think you got to try. Well, I don't know. It's a tough call. I mean, you got pretty much a layup into the middle to score two, or this relatively cutesy shot for three.
Right? And you're only down two, so you just take your two.
All right, so I'm asking the audience here. Throw your answer in the chat. Are we going for two? You go for three? He's clearly going to go for three. Can't pick up what Dusty's saying, but he's saying I'm going to try to make the shot.
I like it. What are you here for, right?
That's right. He forecast a 85% chance of making the shot. He's hoping to move it 8 to 12 inches, 6 to 8 in the city.
He could use a little wind out of the west right now.
Needs that northerly wind. Needs a northerly wind and a westerly wind. It's not heavy enough.
It's heavy enough to get his second, I think.
No, it's
No?
not.
Oh, my goodness.
That's the worst possible outcome. So it's a single point. Oh, Carson's like, oh, yeah, I got to score it. Yeah, it's 1. Yeah, of course it's 1. It's always been 1. That's literally exactly how he sounded then. I'm not even kidding.
All right. Well, so now we have to hope they steal one so we can hear your favorite call coming up.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah? Okay.
We need to steal one. There's nothing fancy. I just like saying 4-4 is the score.
Okay.
4-4 is the score. See, it just sounds awesome.
It just sounds nice. There you go. I thought you were going to pull out your backbiter call on me there, too. You know, I know that's one of your favorites.
Oh, I used that already.
You did that? Okay.
Yeah.
Can't use it again.
Yes. Well, we could always say, let's say that again. Anybody who's watched basketball long enough knows Marv Albert. You get the reference.
Sweepers are going to earn their pay on this one to get this just over, aren't they?
It is well over. So the guard is up. Oh, man. So, first guard up. Utica. Did she call the corner guard or is she just coming right on in?
I think she called the corner guard on this one.
Following the book. Because the book is always right.
That's a pretty good corner guard.
That is a pretty good corner guard. So now we call it top 12 as opposed to a guard.
As opposed to a guard. Interesting.
Well, this might be knowing his player there based on what he just got.
Call top 12 so you get your 2 guard.
Uh-huh. Hello, Karen. And congratulations to Karen and Shawnee on their new home. They bought a really beautiful, old school, old home, which has lots of character, which is probably going to cost them a fortune to renovate, but I'm still happy for them.
Character is expensive.
Well, yeah. I mean, they had character. They have at least 3 fireplaces, I think I've heard. That's more than the average number of fireplaces.
It sounds like 2 more than you need.
Oh, Karen, don't worry about it. I will be visiting it. You're on the correct side of the city now, right? I already got dibs on that. I'm willing to cook dinner for rent. All right. Good freeze there for Utica. Now I'm going to ask Matt to kind of really return the compliment here. If we're going to stack them in, we're going to have a mixed doubles game breakout here. And we're going to ignore that corner guard because why did we throw it anyway? This has got a curl. Got a curl.
A little tick. A little tick.
A little tick.
It at least stops it enough to keep it in the house.
Yep. All right, so Tammy says a top 4 foot. Not sure I'm in love with that call. I think I like coming down on top of theirs, on top of their own, or throwing one top 12 edge on edge because you need to give yourself room to score multiple points. And this congestion give something to work with. Well, this surely isn't a draw, so something's going to happen. So all that's just plain conjecture now, and it's going to roll.
Right.
The corner guard, well, we weren't going to use the corner guard anyway, so we don't need that.
So if he called that last time, sit on that, I imagine he would do the same.
Yeah, nothing changed, did it?
Nothing changed.
Just one rock later, so Dusty can give Matt Pring's favorite shot call, be better.
Be better. Same shot, less suck. That's what we're calling it.
Yep. Yeah, be better.
It's a little heavy, but
It's not better.
I do think that the broom was a little wide on that one for where they wanted it to go, maybe? How much curl are we getting today, Dave?
Not that much.
Not that much?
So I think the broom may have been wide, and I think he may have thrown it wider than that. And in that case, a squared plus b squared did not equal c squared.
So it sounds like they're going to try the same thing. They're going to try and freeze on their own is what I think
Yeah.
was the call where she tapped the broom.
Well, let's see if her instructions are followed. Carson's going to make his way down to the throwing end.
That's about what she called for.
That's pretty damn good, actually.
Right?
So now, Joe,
Yeah.
if I were throwing the next rock, I would be very, very tempted to throw a downweight shot around
Around the outside.
on the intern side. Oh, sorry, the intern side.
Yeah, intern side.
And
We'll say the other side from where this rock's coming down right now.
not this side, but the other one, with down weight and just kind of, I think you can hustle and really do good things with the angles there.
I think wherever this rock did end up was always going to be in the open and ready for them to.
Right. So now, the good news for Pittsburgh is they got stoned, but the bad news is they're all behind the tee line, and they have a tendency to not get closer once they go behind the tee line.
For some reason. You would think with K&J Magnetics we could work on something to pull them back in, right?
I mean, that's an optional enhancement that is available as a power-up for your Spiel buy. Magnetic rocks costs extra.
In front of the tee, not quite second counter.
Huh. That's interesting, because that may have just generated an angle for the double takeout, which
He just immediately did.
you saw Dusty do that, and that's a shot that Carson wants to throw. Carson saying, please let me throw some iteration of that. We're doing.
Dusty's pointing up a lot of angles if you hit the one that's the shot rock.
Well, Carson's asking what happens if I hit it here, and then Dusty's saying it sucks. So, let's see here. One thing is for sure, Carson's not going to miss this one light.
And he's going to hit something. I say that, and is he going to hit something? He's going to hit something.
He's going to hit the red one. He's going to hit the red.
Not quite where he wanted to.
No, this is
Yeah.
that's oh. Wow, and out the side door. That's interesting. Dusty's saying that was suboptimal.
Right, the house is pretty much like it looked like 2 rocks ago, except
I think
shot rock's now frozen.
I think in fairness, there was something shiny and Carson saw it. Carson has a lot of energy. I've enjoyed having him as a Spiel teammate a few times.
That's right. He's joined you as a teammate in Pittsburgh.
Yep.
Fact,
Yeah.
right?
He was, and we won. We won the
inaugural party.
We won the inaugural Ryan Fasella party spiel with my Renta Yinzer. And I had to claim that win as a member of the Pittsburgh Curling Club. I remember Karen Dombrowski specifically ordering me that I was a Pittsburgh member that day. And if I lost, then I could be a Bucks member.
So you wore both pins just in case?
Oh, I had both pins on, yes. I can't find my Yinzer pin, though. That makes me sad.
Oh.
And I'm having problems logging onto the website to renew my membership. If you're trying to tell me something, just let me know.
So that shot from Utica overcurled a bit. It's going to give Dusty a chance to sit on his own in the back.
That's not going to happen with that rock.
It's a little narrow, you think?
It's going to require a lot of sweeping. There you are, holding it.
They should keep
It's
going.
a sweep.
Now they're afraid of tapping that up to be second shot, and maybe.
You know, that's not a terrible outcome. I'll tell you, if nothing else, this is going to be interesting. Now, 5 and under curlers watching at home. This is what happens when everything's behind the tee line. Somebody scores 1.
But there's all the rocks in play.
It doesn't matter. Somebody scores 1. Because right now it is Utica sitting 1. There's a very good chance that they leave something for Dusty to sit on, and Utica will score 1.
Right.
Or Utica, Dusty will make a nice corner freeze. Tammy might not be able to get it out. And again, somebody scores 1. Lots of rocks behind the tee line usually means somebody scores 1. Unless you're at a 500 spiel, you generally don't get a multiple pointer out of something like this. Okay, so Tammy.
It's coming in heavier than she called, but I don't mind it, frankly.
Well, yeah, but here we go. We're going to have that. Okay, so now we have a cradle. So basically, if you wanted to, if we had a telestrator, I would write Rawlings on that because that's a perfect catcher's mitt. It's Rawlings, or who else is making gloves now? Spalding, or does Wilson still make gloves?
I was going to say Wilson.
Wilson! That's the catcher's mitt for sure. Now, Dusty needs to throw it heavy enough to be there because short is terrible.
Short's terrible. You don't want to guard a 3.
Yeah. And then most importantly, it's going to make me look stupid.
Hey, Dave, they're going to score a 3 with all these rocks behind the tee line.
Yeah, you know, And a man in my profession cannot be afford to be made to look ridiculous. So you tell your boss. I don't care how many people he sends. Hard. Oh, my goodness,
there's
narrow.
no draw to the crotch. He's just firing one down there.
Well, that's got to get there,
Oh, it's totally there. It's not even narrow.
Hurry.
It's just a total takeout.
Well, don't lose a shooter.
Hey, that shooter nestled up back enough.
Okay. So,
And it's still shot.
if Tammy can make this, she has a shot for 5.
A shot for 5. And how is that?
Well, I'm glad you asked.
Yes.
You hit the one that's sitting right there on the word county.
On the word county.
A little bit towards the center line. A little bit on the center line side.
Okay.
It will take out the one behind it.
You want it to go over the top a bit.
Yep. Send it over the top. The blue goes out the side door. The other blue goes out, goes out the back.
Straight out the back.
And the shooter actually is going to roll on to be shot. It would be masterful.
Is that the call?
Probably not.
He's standing on the other side, so it does not look like
That's
the
probably
call.
not the call, but it's what I want to see.
It's what you want to see.
I want to see. Please go out there and tell them to throw that.
I think she's just calling to take out the one that is shot. Come around and take that one out.
I'm requesting the executive board here, the Utica Curling Club, to make Tammy throw the shot that I want.
And it's actually going to wreck on that top one.
It's going to wreck on the top.
And is it a 2?
It got really lucky, and he has scored the cheap way. Oh no, it's a steal of 2 now.
It's a steal of 2, and somehow we scored 2 with all those rocks.
We scored 2, and so the score is 5-4.
5-4. We missed your score.
Yeah, 5-4 after 6. So that was unlikely, but it happened. So after 6 ends of play, Pittsburgh carries a 1-stone lead.
And worth noting, based on the time on the clock, they will be able to get all 8 ends in today.
Yeah, it looks like all the sheets are going to make time. We've already had handshakes over on sheet D. Seth Green's team notched himself a win with Deborah and Charlotte. Now we have Monica Walker playing with Cape Cod, lining up for another steal and probably handshakes. That would make it 10-2 if the house stays the same.
Right, it's very likely this game's going to be a very lonely game out there pretty soon.
It's quite possible. But I got you, babe. They say our love won't pay the rent.
Is that Sonny and Cher?
It is.
All right.
There you go.
Excellent.
There you go.
No, it's good to pull that one. I had to think about
I can't believe you had to
pull that one. Good job. Good job. You didn't have to do the dump.
We don't have a dump button. It's funny you think as I stopped myself from saying one bad thing, I just thought of 6 more bad things I could say.
We'll flip over to Bucks County After Dark for the outtakes later.
So the Philadelphia Eagles will be playing soon. Game starts at 8:15.
Hey, I heard some commentary. Listen, it's on Peacock, the streaming network Peacock. However, if you are in the Philadelphia area, you can still get it over the air.
That is correct.
10 NBC. You don't have to pay for it.
That's right. It's on NBC 10 WCAU Philadelphia.
Just get your old rabbit ears out and pull in that signal.
WCAU DT. Channel 10.
Eagles are favored in that game? Slightly.
I guess so. So we had a blank in the 6th over on sheet C. They will play on. It is Diamond State with a solid lead there. And a big shout out to Alex, who's watching, Alex said, when you're playing. Okay, so I'd have to be here first. Yeah, I got the early shift, hon, so. But we'll do that. We'll make sure we make that. We'll make those shout outs happen because we're coming to you with all requests all the time right here at WBUC. I'm Dave Schmel. I got Joe Weber here on the ones and twos right now.
This is Jammin' Joe on the radio here.
All right, so Dusty's got one half undercover. Tammy's going to try to dig it out. Unfortunately, it looks like they're going to leave another guard.
Time for Dusty to put one center line, top 12.
And we still haven't forgotten to turn the timer off, the horn off yet, so we got that going for us.
We got the horn going again?
We did not have it go yet. It hasn't went yet this week.
Oh, gotcha.
This is pretty deep in the spiel to go without making that mistake.
It's good that you have the color-coded instructions on how to do that.
Yeah. We had to do that for some folks, yes.
I might be one of those folks.
Well, Jim Fannin is our very helpful IT pro.
So the call was for center line guard.
The result is
center line guard. Which means nice shot, take it out, right?
And Bob's your uncle. Nice shot, take it out. We got to work through. You're trailing by one. Tammy wouldn't mind a blank end here. Don't know if that's really in the cards, but whoa! You might get the double.
They might actually get the double.
Might get the double if it curls. It's going to go just over the top. Slides just past it.
The blank's tough with that little biter at the top 12.
Yeah, it's one of those lobs. Lousy outside biter. Or a fob.
Or a fob.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Different kind of outside biter.
Yep. Carson Turner not leaving too much room for the Holy Spirit with the hog line.
If you let go 5 feet earlier, we might would have stopped 5 feet sooner.
In fairness, this is a good shot.
It is.
I kid,
like top 12.
I kid my friend because he's my friend.
I think she's looking up to run this back and do the double now, intentionally.
Oh, yeah. Just said board weight. Tammy's quite decisive in her calls. I noticed that with her skipping. She pretty much knows what she wants right off the jump.
It seems like her team knows that as well. I don't see a lot of second guessing from the front end.
Well, whoa.
Too wide for the double.
That's okay.
But
Now make sure you don't leave a guard now. That's get it moving. All right, it's not bad.
Okay.
Not bad. But Dusty can draw underneath all that now. And, Carson gets to do his favorite thing and draw.
No, he's going to let Carson do the hit. He's going to say, Carson, do you want to hit this and roll underneath? And
come on, Carson. The big boy shot's to draw. Okay, here we go. It's okay, though. I mean, you're up one. Make it a lot tougher for a deuce, but first shot that Tammy's going to call is going to be the draw under now. Correct?
Right. I don't know that he's going to get this hit.
No, he spins out of the way in disgust.
Yeah, it's.
And now
Tammy's going to hit the one over there and sit 2.
Yeah. Well, that in her case, yes. She doesn't have to be fancy now. Although, I'd be tempted to throw the draw too, because I know that that's the next shot Dusty has to throw. Dusty has to throw the draw next.
Right, this hit's interesting, but the first one under those 3 guards is probably going to be the one that scores, yeah?
The first stone there is going to win right now, so Tammy's chasing this one out here, and it may leave her sitting 2 now.
Short-sighted, maybe?
Right, so yeah, that's right. The first hog to the trough is going to get most of the slop.
But makes the hit and stay. It's sitting 2.
Yep, so there's the call. Draw.
So
all
Dusty's
right.
got to make it.
Yeah, Dusty, put your big boy skip pants on and start drawing. You got
start drawing.
You got guards. You got 8 feet worth of rings to work with. All you got to do is get it in there.
Score was 6-2 blue.
It's
right
here.
Way over on D.
Over on sheet D. Yes,
you're correct.
They taught me how the scoring thing works.
All right, there we go. We are.
Initially, I was like, that's so confusing.
We are proselytizing the scoring here. It's kind of like a thermometer.
What?
It's kind of like a thermometer. So the temperature's in the middle, or like the shuffleboard scoreboard at the bar.
Sequential going this way.
Yeah.
To be the first, the second, and it doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
The scores in the middle and
Yeah, it's.
so you have to jump around to go to see what.
It means we need a smaller set of numbers. We only need one. Yeah.
I understand the efficiency of it.
Yeah.
Now that I understand how it's smart.
So right here, Dusty's trying to draw one in and get it to settle in the 8-foot circle underneath the cover.
Sweepers aren't interested yet, but it seems like a reasonable weight. There they go. There they go.
All right, now you got to get past the guard. Don't lose it. Don't lose it. Got to get.
Look, but Red has the hammer.
And they got it by.
Red does have the hammer.
See, another
Oh, see, this has got to be perfect. I got to put the curling virgin on the broadcast. Oh yes. Well, okay.
There's plenty over there.
Well, you're in, go have a beer, Bill. Go for it. Oh man, that is a good shot.
A great draw
by Dusty.
Woo.
So Tammy's going to have to follow the leader here.
Say that there's a Potomac. Potomac is closer. Potomac is closer to
So the call here is just to draw around and sit right. It's called follow. You just follow the last shot and sit right on top of it. It's really the only play. But she's got to make it good.
You could say that again. There are some well-off members of the Potomac Curling Club. It's a great curling club. 4 sheets of ice. Now Tammy has to follow this down. She is trying to do. Well, yeah, but she's the skip she's throwing now. So now the vice skip yells the instructions. So like the co-captain, so to speak. And that is going to curl in. Oh,
just rubs out a little.
Yeah,
it's going to give Dusty a target.
Yeah, so right now Red's sitting shot, and Red does have the hammer. And Dusty needs to remove this rock. So Dustin's going to try to take out the redstone and just kiss it and roll on over to the left a little bit and sit 2 and force Tammy to a really tough shot for 1. Potentially, if you make this shot and Tammy can't follow it up, you win the game right now, essentially. Yes.
I feel like he does. You need a headset with all these questions, man. The home audience needs to hear you.
Yeah.
The home audience needs to hear you. How many viewers we got?
They're tuning in by the 5s.
They're tuning in by the 5s.
We're up to 12, double digits.
All right, Dusty's going for the takeout, but that is going to sail.
No. It's coming back. It's coming back.
Is it?
It's coming back. Watch it. It's walking on over. It's coming on over.
I'm watching.
It's come on in. It's in the neighborhood. And it's even
right.
going to stop and say hello. Yeah, blue is currently sitting 2, but
Is there a double for 4, David?
Tammy has an opportunity to make a double takeout. She could make a double takeout and get 4. So right now, all you got to do is hit half the rock. Well, that's a lot of ice. She's doesn't look like she's going for it.
No, they're talking about just hit and stick for 1.
Well, guess what? It's a good thing she's narrow. Sweep it. Sweep. Gotta hurry. You might be able to get the double. If not, you're going to get a dreaded field goal. And this is not football. Field goals are not good right now. And, oh, my goodness, it's a dreaded field goal. Oh, and that's a steal of 2.
Woo.
It's a score of 2 for blue, and they lead it by the score of 7-4 coming home. Final end coming up right after this. All right, we're back in action here. 8th end.
The call just to throw through.
And, yeah, they want to throw through. Here you're trying to make – your opponent has to do all the work. The onus is on Tammy to put rocks in play. Dusty does not like rocks. Rocks are bad right now for Dusty. They're bad. Bad. Kind of scary.
Hit everything you see in the rings, right?
Rocks, bad. Dan Quayle, still gaining acceptance. Still saving the Republic, Dan Quayle. All right, so we got a win over there for Diamond State. Paul and Jennifer and squad locking down the victory. Congratulations to them. And the last game on the ice is our featured match here.
The guard trickled into the house there, so.
So now we're going to dispatch it. Throw a Visine shot. Get the red out. And they're going to hit it. It's going to go, and it's gone. All right. So Tammy needs to use that. She needs to come into it. She's going to try to sit onto the stone.
I mean, it's still free guard zone time. Could you throw a guard, too?
You could certainly throw a guard. I think throwing a guard may actually be a better call. That's right.
And they might be putting up a guard, but they're guarding the opponent rock.
That's okay, though.
Yeah.
A guard's a guard right now. Right now, all guards matter. We are inclusive of guards. Every guard is important. Any stone that resembles a guard, Tammy is in favor of.
And so we're like, what do we do now?
We're the it's the United Guards of America. Right now, you peel that shit.
You can't yet, right?
Well, then throw one through.
Right, I think that's the discussion.
Then
Where do
throw
we want
one
this
through.
rock? We want this rock right in the.
If you can't think of there it is. If you can't think of a good place to throw a rock, throw it through. Rocks are not your friend. There he goes. It's going, and gone. Nope. Don't. And he held the telemark landing all the way through.
He goes hog to hog.
Remember that used to be a thing in ski jumping? You got extra points if you made the telemark landing?
Yes. It's not a thing anymore, is it?
No, now
cares.
it's expected. You lose points if you don't do it. and you had to fly with the skis in the perfect V. Oh, no. JT Real Muto just took a foul ball off his shin, and he is hobbling, and the Phillies can ill afford that. Phillies lead it 6-0 in the top of the second against the Florida Marlins, but their all-star catcher appears to be injured right now. Trainer and manager Rob Thompson out taking a look. Now the guard can go away. And where did that hit?
Right on the inside of the knee. Boink.
Oh,
kneecap
on the kneecap. That's even worse, especially if you're a catcher. By the way, I'm sure that game is brought to you by the authority of Major League Baseball and the accounts and descriptions of the game. I'm just giving you an informational update that the Phillies might be in trouble. You can tune on over to Scott Fransky on 94 WIP. Tom McCarthy. All he does is laugh.
No guards left. It looks like they're putting one up. Which at this point you can put it up, freeze onto it, probably 6-1.
Yeah, this looks like a freeze. This looks like a freeze. It's meandering on down. All right. Tammy is happy. She says, that's one.
That's one.
She says, that's one. She says predictively. Carson saying, me Carson, me make rock go away. Oh. Me Carson through too narrow. Come on, get in there, get in there, get in there. Got it. All right, there you go. Carsonian makes the shot. Yeah, soon the math is not going to math.
The math's not going to math, huh? Got 4 reds left, and you got to get 3 of them to count.
Yep. So they need the draw again. Wow, there's still 5 quarts of broccoli rabe out there. I'm going to be having broccoli rabe for a while, I think. I'll see how much we use for leftovers.
Somebody tried to put those vegetables on my sandwich, and I was like, what?
It belongs on there.
Is that going to hang around?
I mean,
and give a little hope?
I mean, you go to Pittsburgh, they put vegetables on your sandwich. They happen to be French fries, but they're still vegetables.
And now they're just going to take their own rock
Carson's
out.
going to do the old peel of shame here. An empty house is a happy house. Give Tammy no place to run and no place to hide.
Yeah, just traded rocks.
That did nothing.
Same as a throw-through.
Yeah, it's the same as a throw-through. Yeah, that's a nice way to put a positive spin on a miss. That can be exceedingly difficult, especially when the other guy gets to throw rocks too.
Yep. It's a little harder when you get a wide open.
Yeah. That's why you want to peel in these situations. They, to Utica's credit, they're throwing nice draws in here.
They are.
That's going to be another one that's going to have to be dealt with. Or you just split the house.
Right, it's not a shot, Roxy.
Split the house and say, get rid of both of them. Good luck. And Eagles getting ready to play in Sao Paulo, Brazil. playing in a soccer stadium in front of 45,000 fans for one reason and one reason only, Joe.
Money?
It might be money.
It might be money.
Show me money. Number one answer. And Jason Kelsey has his shirt off with the Miller Lite. That's about right.
All right, so we're firing one down here, but I think
it's
going to be a swing and a miss. If anything,
Just don't touch your own.
Don't touch your own and kick your own out.
Yeah, that would actually let the math possibly math.
What do? You got to hope for another miss. You got to put it in the house somewhere and just hope for another miss, right?
I say you freeze another one on. It's all you have to work with. Freeze another one on. Freeze another one on.
12 foot the other side, just try to make it as difficult of a shot that they haven't seen yet.
That's not a bad call either.
Right.
So Carl, who's giving great color commentary from just over my right shoulder.
Freeze the red on the red.
Yeah, that's the call. That's a call I like. Carl likes drawing all the way to the wing on the other side, make it a tough takeout. But this is a good call for Tammy. Got to be there, kids. Has got to get there before it can be there. Whoa.
Boink, boink.
That's not bad. It's not good. It's not super, but you did lose the angle. Lost the angle, the dangle.
So you go for that hit. Whatever you do, don't take your own out. Right?
Yeah, I mean, how about this? Make the damn shot.
Make the damn shot. Hit something red.
Yeah. Let me consult my good friend Matt Pring. Be better. Yeah. All right, Dusty. Dusty went through the rock.
Mm-hmm.
They're sweeping the rock. Oh, no, Dusty.
Yeah,
Dusty.
he was not wide this time. This time he was narrow.
Oh, Dusty. Okay. So you're saying there's a chance.
They're saying there's a chance.
Was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor? No. That's not over now. All right. So you got to just clip this out. So it's got to be like hack. Because you do have to clear the house.
You got to keep the shooter, but you got to get that blue.
I love the weight.
At least halfway out. Is it going to move? Is it going to move
I
enough?
love the weight. It's big curls. I think it's a made shot.
It's a big if right now. It's a big if.
Oh! And that just slides by, and with that, it's a big hug between the two skips. Good friends, Dustin and Tammy. Well, hang one, and the final score is 8-4 in favor of Pittsburgh. Congratulations to Dusty and their squad. They're going to notch a win there in their bracket. They're 1-1 now. And their next game will be tomorrow morning. But for now, we need to flip the ice, and we'll be with you again in just a few minutes. Joe, have a good evening.
Have a good evening, everyone.
A very pleasant good evening, curling fans across the globe. It's plausible. It could happen.
It is there somewhere on the globe.
We're here for the 8 o'clock draw here at the Big Buckin Bonspiel at the Bucks County Curling Club. This is the 7th annual Big Buckin Bonspiel. We've had a couple of, we've had a miss because of the troubles and all, but all that jazz brings us here today among friends watching this game with Triangle versus Utica in Bucks County. So representing the Utica Curling Club is Roger Rowlett, Michelle McEnroe, Mary Fannin from Bucks County, and MJ Walsh. And for Utica, it's Where's Lunch? Give me the breakdown of that team, Joe.
For Where's Lunch from Triangle, by the way.
Yep.
Carl Biltz, Russell Candle, John Studders, and Cindy Candle.
And I'm Dave Schmel, and that's Joe Weber. And Martha O'Connor is giving hugs.
Martha, say hi really quick.
Hi.
There we go.
Cool.
That was Sergeant O'Connor. They're currently playing the Brazilian national anthem for an Eagles game.
The first time it has ever been played before an NFL game, David. So important.
I'm sure there's a jersey with a commemorative patch, which you can only buy once. And it'll be available on an NFL shop forever.
All right, they didn't put the magnet colors up there, but
Oh, well, we can see the triangles throwing the red rocks.
these triangles with the red there with the
And it does appear that
names on the jersey.
the blue rocks are being thrown by Utica then in that case, and Utica does have the hammer. I heard that that's an advantage.
It is a good advantage to have the hammer. You get to throw the last rock. You get the final say.
The buck stops there.
That's why they say that the skip who throws that hammerstone gets paid the big bucks.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for that check. So Michelle McEnroe, the vice for Utica, hops in the heck. And a shout out to her son Alex, who's watching at home, someplace in upstate New York. So while you can put down your chicken riggies and Utica greens for a minute and watch your mom curl.
So that last rock kind of sat in the middle, wide open, just looking for a takeout hit and roll behind if they can.
Yep, so Mary's going to try to hold it.
Get the hit, no roll.
And hold it, she does. So it has Utica sitting 3 stones right now. So Carl, who's been a man of many talents and many, many professions, served as a professional ice maker in Nashville for a while. At the T-Line facility.
And what is that, Dave?
It's like curling at Bennigan's.
Curling at Bennigan's.
It's like a Top Golf for curling.
You get your rental shoes and your...
That's about it.
That's about it. He's going to throw the hit. I think he's going to get the roll he hoped for. Poke out the other side a little bit.
It did come out the outside a little bit, that's for sure. So a hit and roll coming back here for Roger Rowlett.
Now, I know Team Rowlett has made the trip here several times. I know I played against them last year, and I think even the year before.
Roger is a great Bonspieler and a great ambassador to the game. And him and MJ really are champions of Bonspieling, and they got it. So now we actually have 3 Utica teams here, getting Utica to travel more. That's nice to see. He put this one out just a little bit wide. This is going to have to come back for Raj.
I don't know. They sent that one guy, Dan Pearson, here, and he never left.
Just shift the camera.
So the takeout was made. They just barely kept that shooter on enough that it looks like the only out we got here is to draw and hopefully freeze on the back one. It's about the only way to get a good force in here. We're away. The line seemed all right out of hand. I think if the sweepers can bring that right back to that stone, exactly as he called it, freeze on that if they can. He didn't get the freeze, but he did make it to shot, so they will force Utica to make a play on it. Pretty straightforward hit and stay for 4, just to avoid that jam in the back. And we're away, and it's got to curl a little bit. And I think they'll poke it over the top. Just push it out the side. Hang around and get the 4.
Do. Wow, count them up. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's pretty good. And Sarah gave a shout out. Sarah Acklin said hello. Hi,
Hello.
Joe. Hey, Joe and Dave.
Sarah's line. Wow, we got 5 viewers now, Dave. We're up to 5. I think we're up to 5. Now.
Yeah, we're at 5. Yeah. So, Roger immediately is going to go to start playing the scoreboard and call it right in.
Wow, a little early for that, or would you do that?
Not in his book.
Not in his book.
That's enough. That's enough for him. He's gonna do this till the other team proves they have an answer for it.
Seems reasonable.
You hear Mary saying it's going to be a 3.
I think they're working to get it to bite, maybe.
It's going to be a corner guard. So Carl's going to try to give it a friend on the other side. This looks heavier than a guard.
But the sweepers are still sweeping.
Still think it looks heavier than a guard. almost like this is our home club. Roger says, that's a nice shot, take it out. So if you're at home and you don't know anything about curling, no guarantee that we know more than you. But go ahead and answer your question anyway. We'll give you an answer. If not, we'll give you some very convincing bull malarkey. Other games in the ice shed right now. We have the classy Mother Buckers from the Philly Curling Club. Drew Neal's squad against Bourbon Bobby's squad from Bucks. Bobby pulled off a strong win against Roger Rowlett in his first game. Bit of an upset in this pool. I think anybody would agree.
Oh, from earlier this morning.
Yeah.
Yes, that was.
We would definitely say that Roger was probably the favorite going into that game. That taps the Utica stone in. And it's just that's just a fob up there. Roger going to play a little bit more aggressive tap now.
Makes this tap would be sitting 3, right?
Yeah, shifting into offensive mode here a little bit. Mary Fannin. Current winning skip of the Elizabeth Childs Challenge. And this, man, I really hope that Mary had a permit for that because that's a pistol. Although it came back just a little bit too far. That's a good shot, though.
Is he trying to run back here? Is that the
He's just trying to peel it off.
just
I
a
think.
peel? Run back's a plus.
Well, it just got that
He's
peel.
gonna need to sweep a little to help that.
Yeah, that was your Chiquita peel of the game. Oh, we had 12 men in the field against the Eagles there. That's a dumb mistake.
They left their brain back in the States, I guess, huh?
Yeah. You won't get any Pollyanna commentary about the Eagles from me. Packers going for it on 4th and 6. Scoreless game, 11:47 remaining in the first quarter. This one is going to be a nice guard. Shotgun snap. Movement before the snap. That's going to be a legal procedure on the Packers. Going to make it 4th and 11.
As it turns out, the best part about giving commentary on this game is that here we're on like a 20-second delay.
Yeah.
Is that about right? 20,
right.
25 seconds?
Yeah, it's not like that's just how long it takes to live through the YouTubes.
Through the
and everything.
YouTubes, yeah.
You know, so you really have to not be watching the game to. Oh yeah, that was the right tackle there. Right guard rather. And now they will punt at 4th and 11. Russell Candell can't get it all the way up there. Now, decision time for Roger.
He says guard.
Yeah, I like that because He took one look at trying to make the hit, but it
could go south pretty quickly,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, I mean, it could go and smucker on him. And if you smucker it, that's no good. So instead, he's going to put a nice drop of plein-air all fruit in front. Here goes Michelle McEnroe with this shot. They think it. They're saying it might be a tap weight.
Ooh.
It's coming down now, but they are going to, this is the importance of communication, because gave Roger information, and now Roger was able to make that into a decent shot, so now they lay 2. It's half guarded.
So I call it, he tapped his shoe. That would be a hack weight call then.
Yes, absolutely. That would be hack weight because we use our feet in the hack.
I think they're just looking to push theirs back since it's available.
Yeah, this has got to go. Got to hold the line hard. Got to go. Got to hurry. Got to hurry. Are they going to make it? They are by. Now they're going to need that little chink, chink. Now Roger's going to have to shoot the port, I think. Or guard
again. It's still he's still sitting 1. It's pretty much like last time, right?
He's committed to this business. Now, the danger, Joe, that I see are those 2 reds that are gunned up there and saying, promote me, promote me.
Right, yeah, hit the first one almost anywhere, sends the second one straight back,
yeah. So, I guess you really want to, if you could place a rock just like in the 2 guard just on the side of the center line, you could probably cover both things.
All right. Mary's indicating it's a little heavy.
That is a little heavy. That's heavy and wide. Might be able, they're going to wrap around now.
Straight up draw for a second shot, Rock.
That's just going to be just about
just visits for a little bit.
A little bit heavier than they thought. And needed to buckle into the park, as they would say in Utica.
All right, he's lining up maybe that double tap.
Yeah, going to do the tap. It's the last call for dinner here at Bucks.
If you're hungry, get over here. There's still a little bit of...
I think there's probably more than a little bit.
More than a little bit?
Yeah, but I don't know. I didn't assess our leftover situation. I just know we have enough food, which is all I need to hear. Oh, wow. Excuse me and thank you.
Yeah. And I can't tell which is shot.
Yeah.
But if we're calling for the guard right away, it must be blue is shot, right?
Yeah. Well, he can't hit that unless, well, he can. He'd have to hit a third of the rock on the side there. So to avoid the jam. But Roger feels like he can throw this guard all day. I'll tell you what, though, you better make this. You don't make this, you're going to be sad.
That's lined up for a bang-bang.
Double. Lots of rocks move if you leave that hanging out there. Carl has it lined up. Guarantee it. Oh, and that's a turnover for the Eagles. Deep in their own territory. That's quite unfortunate.
It's over.
Roger threw the guard. That's going to over curl.
I think the.
Oh, I think it's there.
I think it's there too. So does he with that broom.
Yep. So it's going to be a tippity tap. I think he's going to throw it as a tap as opposed to a ginormous hit. So you're looking at, say, like board weight here to move 2 rocks. Board weight to easy control, because you want to hit that first red that's biting the 8 foot there in the center as you're looking at it, into the next one, onto the blue. If you do it all right, you're going to be sitting 2 red after this stone. You can get stupid lucky and be sitting 3, but most likely you're sitting 2. So here's Carl. Carl's been salivating over this shot.
He has been. I think they got to sweep it to get it by that guard at the top.
Got to get her past the guard. Get past the guard. Oh, it turns out Rogers' guard was just good enough. Rogers going to say, shit, I better do that again. And he's saying, I'm going to try to be better this time.
Do better.
Be better. How much you want to bet that Greg Daggs just took that shirt out of the bag today?
Those are some pretty firm creases, aren't they? High probability.
I think that's worth a side bet. Are you willing to bet against it?
Am I willing to bet against that?
Because I want the side. I want the yes.
You want the yes.
Oh, what, the cowbell for a good shot. If somebody makes a good shot, you can ring it. You get to be the judge of when you ring the bell. Okay.
All right. For funsies, I'll take the no. He didn't buy a new shirt for today.
Okay. So Greg Daggs, Venica. So Greg, Joe and I have a friendly wager as to whether you just took this shirt out of a bag today.
I actually took the shirt out of bag earlier this week. I did wash it before I came out today.
Oh,
yeah.
We're gonna need a ruling on that. That's kind of close. I think you win that one. Oh man, you win and I lose the usual amount.
The usual amount.
$1.
$1. Woo-hoo.
Now we got to figure out what happened. Oh, man. It looks like it's 1 blue. 1 blue is the score.
The guard worked.
Yep. Oh!
Ooh. Is that Drew down on sheet A?
Yeah, we got to kneel down. I think that was just Drew trying to look cute. He should not try to do that. Won't work well.
Just got to leave that to the team sexy there.
Yeah, I mean, that's Big Sexy's call. So other games on the ice, we have John Trader's Orlando Starfish.
Is there a story behind that name?
Yes.
Okay.
It was shared in our last broadcast with John Haggerty. You can
Excellent.
tune in and catch up.
I'll go back to the replays.
Yep. They're holding a 4-0 lead. And Topper Waters, 3-0 in the lead. Both Trader and Waters are 1-0 right now. Corner guard up for Carl. MJ's going to be asked to throw the center.
She did hog her first one, so we'll see if overcorrection or if we can split that center line here.
I was going to ignore the fact that she hogged it, but you're the one who brought it up. You're a nasty person.
I'm just trying to, report on the game.
It's not all about accuracy.
It was unbiased. It was just accurate. That's it. Just facts.
Yeah.
Just the facts.
Just the facts.
And that one will come all the way in.
It's in the 4-foot. And Carl's going to ignore it and draw behind the guard. He's actually going to use a corner guard, something which we don't see happen very often anymore.
Right? They put up the corner and then they panic.
Ignore it.
Right?
Yep. Oh my God, there's another rocket. Oh my God, we got to hit it.
Getting some good movement on this one. It might get to be half under. No.
It's going to skitter on through to the back. It's undercover.
Interesting decision. Does he ignore it?
Yep.
Yep. There's a thought of playing the scoreboard and just hitting everything red in the house. As he played scoreboard the last end, right?
Yep. That's true. Good point.
So the calling guard and Mary right away is indicating she thinks she threw it heavy, pointing up in the air. Seems fine to me.
Yeah, it's not bad at all.
Still ignoring the blue shot rock and just using his corner again.
Carl has a mission, and he's choosing to accept it. So the Eagles were fortunate to hold the Packers to a field goal. It's 3-0. Phillies with a 7-1 lead.
And somebody has a Mets game on in the back of the room there. But
Yeah, the Mets games are on. I was going to ignore that.
that's why it's on in the back. So that draw again, a little heavy. Now we get two back there, I think.
The S&P 500 was down on Friday, and then the Nasdaq was down 2%. But the score on our sheet is 5-0. I want to come full circle.
Full circle. So we're no longer ignoring the rocks in the back. This is a straight up hit on those, bunched together.
This looks like gonna pick off one of them.
Gonna get one.
Oh, almost really sneakily got them both. That would have been the most unconventional double in curling history.
So we're no longer ignoring the rocks in the middle.
Yeah, now we're giving them their just desserts. Dinner went well. They're packing it up. Roast pork and broccoli rabe. Everybody's learned the beauties of broccoli rabe.
Now, unfortunately, he didn't throw that one heavy enough to take a rock out.
No, that was not the desired outcome. In fact, I would argue that that's quite suboptimal. Roger now says, guard, guard.
Something on the right of the center line.
Yeah, that would be ideal.
Touching center's good.
Yep.
Oh, I think that just leaves a run back on the red for the left side as we view it here at home. Hands are up. I heard called heavy and it's a little bit wide.
That's a bad combination, heavy and wide.
Sweepers can do nothing with a rock that is heavy and
now,
wide.
You can fix light and tight. And waiting to pounce on it is Carl.
Still hangs around to be third shot.
Still third shot. So things are decidedly not looking coming up Millhouse for Carl right now. So
it's coming up Millhouse for the Phillies, who just scored another 8-1.
8-1 the score. There you go. That's what we call a segue. Oh my God, Rojas got a hit. An extra base one at that.
An extra base, yeah.
Totaling that one, that might make one.
So the promote didn't quite work there?
Yeah, I thought now it's another guard because he says we're sitting everything. Michelle McEnroe.
All right, so they called 4, so top of the house here.
This just needs to curl. Or
I think it's more than 4. We're coming down a T at plus.
Yep. This needs to grind. But, well, you know, oh boy, another stone in the house. But there's a catcher smitten there now. We talked before about stones behind the tee line.
We did. I'm looking on the screen now to see what brand mitt they're wearing, but I can't tell.
It's a Mizuno.
It's a Mizuno. Wow, I don't think that was mentioned last time.
No, I had to dig for some new material this time.
So the draw down to the pocket, but Skip's coming out, so it must be pretty light.
Yeah, that ain't drawing anywhere.
Last thing they need to do is guard everything.
And what they did was, Roger's going to need another guard.
interesting that he's lining up to see what would happen if they hit that red rock. I don't think he hits it.
Yeah.
As if it's worth guarding that. But I think it's better off guarding the open side, right? Protect that draw.
Yeah, I think so. I think the concern's warranted. I mean, it's just, you're not going to, very tough to guard everything with one rock unless you have one really big rock.
Right. They're all the same size here.
Yeah. I mean, like, you could buy like a double stuffed Oreo, so why can't you like have a power-up card that gives you one really big rock?
Just one.
Yeah. This is what we do here. We're innovators.
Do you have to counter that by having just like a little guy who can maybe get through the ports easier?
Oh, it's good to have a little rock too. Sure. They have their place. But having one big rock, yeah, that would help. Because that did guard the draw. Now, even if Carl wasn't looking at the hit before, the fact that Roger looked at it made Carl look at it.
That's right. Sometimes you don't want to have those discussions so wide open.
That reminds me of Bert. Yeah, Bert would be standing back there vice skipping with me, and he'd be like, "Yeah, well, I wonder why they're not hitting our rock." And then the skip would be like, hang on a second, take it out. Huh, yeah. Or the shot's coming down. They need to sweep that.
Huh?
Yeah, I really think I would be calling a sweep right now. Opponent goes, sweep! And they make the damn shot. I say, shut up, Bert! Okay, well, things occurred.
He did the hit. I mean, it's one blue now.
It's one blue, so
which is better than the 4 it was.
You know what? If I'm Raj, I take that one out and sit 3. I say you take that one out and sit 3. I'm happy with that.
You just don't want that to,
Oh, you don't? Oh, jamming it would suck. Don't do that.
Don't jam.
Or you could draw all the way around the outside.
Around the outside?
Around the outside.
Well, we'll see if he was throwing the trailer park shot or... It's a long discussion.
Yeah, well, it's a kind of important shot, but yeah, you know what? It's a longer conversation I think I've ever had up 5-0. That's fair.
And now they're back to looking at your call there to hit it.
I think that's the right call. Come on in, Ken. We're at a third member of the broadcast team.
Who can probably do more talking than the two of us together.
I remember one time way back when we were doing the Knights on the Long Table broom stacking here in Bucks County 1.0.
1.0.
We had some guests at our club, and
we're pausing on that story for a second. But so you're aware, Bucks 1.0 is when the ice was not dedicated. We had to share it with those smelly hockey players. Bucks 2.0 is when we kicked the Zamboni off the ice and became dedicated. And then Bucks 3.0 is when we built this beautiful warm room.
And 3.1, we did some ancillary improvements on the existing locker rooms, made the heckle benches slightly more photogenic. That was all part of our Bucks County 3.1 project. So we're currently there, someplace there or close to like Windows for Work groups.
That's right. When's Bucks 95?
It's no longer supported. Right now we're at this is Bucks for Work groups. Bucks 311. Or was that Windows NT?
Wow.
Was it 311 and then Windows NT?
I think 311. So I thought 95 and NT were like together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think this is 311 because it's the new Windows, but it still looks like the old Windows. They haven't moved the start button into the corner yet. Now it's all icons.
Well, Windows. We got Windows, man. We got some Windows.
Yeah, we got the frickin' Windows. Yeah. All day, and Carl's gonna say, "Arby's, we got the meats."
So the hammer thrown, bullet going for the double.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's a steal one.
Comes back shaking his head.
So the score is, after 3 ends of play, 6-0 in favor of Roger Rowlett and Utica. So, coming back to that story, Joe.
Long Knights of the Long Table.
Yeah, we're at the Knights of the Long Table, and Ken, and you said Ken could talk a lot, and obviously I'm doing this job and I'm talking right now.
Yeah.
And we had somebody come to Brimstacking, and they went on and on and on, and I couldn't get a word in.
Wow.
And I said, man, that person talks a lot. And Kevin Steyer just looked at me and said, Dave, really? I'm like, okay, point taken. Point taken. Hey, it's Devin from the Devin and Vika show. Luke and Corey, the former members of Anthracite who would come here every week, would always carpool together. So I always say, "Hey, it's Luke from the Luke and Corey show. It's Corey from the Corey and Luke show." So I don't know if Roger wanted the guard, but he's got one.
He sure does got one. In the no-tick zone. All right, we're not playing no-tick.
No, we're not playing the no-tick zone. In front of us here in the heckle bench, we have the squad from Schenectady Curling Club, who we saw on our broadcast earlier today. So we have Kevin Martin here, but not that Kevin Martin.
Not that Kevin Martin?
Not that Kevin Martin.
Those sweepers did all they could to get the best corner they could out of that one.
You know what? I think that's almost an ideal corner guard. Now, Roger's going to draw around everything and just put another one in the house because, frankly, this has been working, so go for it. MJ Walsh with the delivery. Michelle and Mary on the brush.
Well, that draw didn't quite make it around.
But might as well have a good guard, I guess. But
sure, draw around the friendly side, draw around your own color, right?
yeah. Although, we're not Hatfields and McCoys here.
Now it looks like he's calling to tap the guard up.
Yeah, that's an interesting call, Joe.
If you like where the guard is, just draw around it, right?
Absolutely. I mean, I would draw around that all day.
They're going to start sweeping it. I don't know if it's enough to tap it in.
It's not going to get in? That's a travesty, she said.
He said, what? It's not in yet?
That's what she said. He said he's done. Close enough to 9 o'clock. It's 9 o'clock in the East. It's now time for Schmel After Dark. Next up will be James Brown's Celebrity Hot Tub. Hot tub!
Too hot in the hot tub.
Somebody's getting fired! Oh, kids who don't know what that was, that's when SNL was actually funny. There were some decidedly low-budget skits. There's our favorite Brit, Graham Jackson. Brit, twit, you know. They rhyme, so. All right.
Too much goofing around with the hot tub. What are we doing here?
Hot tub! Oh, man. Trying to take this one out. It's going to reckon the guard. Yes, it does. So, I expect Roger just to. I think Roger's just going to draw one in, or that will work too.
Sort of like the Christmas tree, make a little angle of rocks there, right?
He likes Christmas trees. Christmas trees are are nice. They're Christmassy. So we're half right. It was a new shirt out of the bag this week.
This week, but not today.
And it was washed.
And it was washed, which you did not think
No,
was
I
washed.
did not.
You thought it was out of the bag
that's
on his back.
That's a solid win. That's a solid win for you. I really thought that was straight out of the bag. But we have reached a very important part of the Greg Danks life cycle.
Ooh.
So where he cares about what his friends think about when he goes out. That's a big step.
That is.
Who says we can't grow up? Anybody watching from our club appreciates that comment. Oh boy, he says, yeah, line, hard line, all day. Gotta go, gotta go.
We're going to hit something.
Oh, it's getting that one. It's appeal.
But it wasn't appealing.
No. I served up that dad joke for you. Now, what would be absolutely tragic for comedy for all time is if you and Ian Alexander ever did a broadcast together.
Oh, that would be terrible.
Our two biggest punsters. I'd have to set up a sound drop board so I could have crickets ready. That's what we. Maybe that. I was gonna try to put cough buttons in first, but maybe a drop board is better.
Maybe. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know when a joke becomes a dad joke? You've heard this one, yes?
No.
Oh. When it becomes apparent.
That's my fault, guys. I apologize. You can send your complaints.
Set that one up there.
You can send your complaints to the Bucks County Curling Club. Attention, Dave Schmel, 1185 York Road. Ring 2, Warminster, PA, 18974. If you're going to complain, at least send a donation.
Dad jokes will stop with a check or money order of at least $50.
That's right.
Tax deductible if you are.
For a $250 donation, we have a lovely pin. We still have our warm room.
We still have warm room pins.
We still have warm room pins available.
Oh.
They still are a $250 donation. some things have to stay special. Some things don't go on clearance sales.
Yeah, we do have new 10-year kicked off the Zamboni anniversary pins.
Oh, those are sweet. You got to have one.
I got mine right here.
Yeah, you bought like 10 Zamboni pins.
I did, for giving away.
Yeah, so Roger's going to throw another guard here, and Carl's starting to contemplate some decisions that he's made in his life.
Mostly from the last hour.
Yeah, that's apparent. God. I heard 2-3. Michelle's all happy that she threw a guard. It may end up being in the wrong place.
That's guarding.
That's a good guard.
Guard. All right. First he touched his foot to say hack, and then he said back 8. Kind of different numbers.
That's similar. It's in one Matt Dampf life.
We needed him today to do the arm span for the tickets.
He has long arms. I got a pretty big wingspan. I'm usually a good, a fair substitute.
Well, they needed a sweep for weight, but
there's a certain, your wingspan's supposed to be about the same as your height.
Yes.
My wingspan's actually like 3 inches longer than my height.
Oh, wow.
So you get the value of a 6'6" man for the same for the same attractive package. in a more reasonably sized human. Oh man. Somebody send me flowers when I'm in hell. All the fun people will be there.
But probably not a lot of curling. It's going to be hard to maintain the ice there.
Yeah, well, if we can build a curling club in Vegas, we can build one in hell.
Did you play in the Spiel there yet?
That
has that happened?
Planning be at the inaugural Spiel, which is occurring in just 2 weeks' time.
Wow.
2 weeks from now, we will be on the ice in Vegas. It'll be Dan Pearson, myself, Cassie Dragos Pearson, and Kevin Brady.
Nice. And where are you guys staying?
We are going to stay at Sam's Town, which is closest. It's on Boulder Highway, so if you drove past the Elko and kept on going straight, the El Cortez downtown.
Okay.
I kept on going straight. Eventually, that turns into Boulder Highway, and Sam's Town will be on your left-hand side.
So it's not downtown.
It's not
but
down.
It's like adjacent.
It's on that side of town. And on that side of Harry Reid Airport. Stupid. Stupidest thing ever. Change it from one corrupt politician to another. But anyway, that cost $10 million. They spent like $20 million to change the airport's name, by the way.
Wow.
Yeah, that's some bull. Could have done a lot. Could have done more important crap with that money.
Maybe get the monorail to go there.
Yeah, monorail. But anyway, the curling club is on that side of the airport, so it's on the Henderson side of Las Vegas as opposed to the Summerlin side.
Okay.
So the Henderson side of Vegas is basically the McCarran side, where Green Valley Ranch is located. That's one of the properties out that way. Whereas the Summerlin side is up where the Orleans and the Red Rock Canyon is, and that area. the Summerlin series and Master Developments actually still represent the land holdings of the late Howard Hughes.
Really?
Yep.
Now, who was the guy that was in the Flamingo and just stayed in it forever and bought it? That wasn't him, right?
That was Howard Hughes.
That was Howard Hughes. Okay.
Yeah, he was at the Desert Inn, but close.
Oh, the Desert Inn.
Yeah.
Just, he didn't want to leave, so he bought the place.
Yeah. They told him he had to leave. He said, well, how much is the hotel? I'll buy it. Then he bought as many as he could. He said, these things are neat. How many of these things can I buy?
What we got here?
The original Howard Hughes Corporation made the whole Summerlin master plan community, and they have 6 master plan communities. And the company was originally called, there it is, the Summa Corporation.
That's what you're looking for.
That was the holding company for everything that Howard Hughes had after he sold off the Hughes Tool Company. That owned the casinos that he owned, the aviation businesses, television channels. It was all under the Summa Corporation. And then the last remnants of the Howard Hughes Corporation is now Howard Hughes Holdings, which is all land. They own a lot of land by the airport, too. And another steal.
Another steal. The draw was a little too heavy.
Yep.
He threaded the needle, but
shoved the thread too far through.
it's like a lot of our games tonight. This particular draw are a little bit.
This draw is
one-sided.
A little bit lopsided, just a little bit. Now, this is a pool that we had as tough to figure when we were.
Oh yeah.
When we were handicapping it, you try to, when you're operating a draw, you try to balance you look at your entries and try to balance it so that at least on paper, just like if you're seeding a tennis tournament, at least on paper, the high seedings don't play each other early in the tournament.
Right. And in a pool, you'd like to maybe have an A, B, C, and a D in each. Maybe.
Don't have to worry about B and C. Just to worry about A and D.
Just A and D. B and C will sort themselves out.
B and C, right? B and C you can figure out, and that's when you can put people based on what club they're in, what their draw time preference is.
That's true. You don't want the two teams from the same club in the same.
Yeah, because why should he travel?
Right.
I mean, I drove all the way to Minnesota and ended up playing a team from Philadelphia. in our first game, I was playing. What's her face? Leslie Dutt. I'm playing Leslie and Daniel, and I'm like, I could have done this at home.
You're right.
I played the Dutts out there twice. How does that happen?
Not in the same tournament.
No.
Yeah? Oh, no.
Actually, I think one year we did run back into them.
Both fell into C different ways, kind of a thing?
Yeah.
Yep.
You go to enough Bonspiels, you'll see some wacky draws. Was once an undefeated C event champion.
Right, congratulations.
Yep. We did not lose a game. But they said it wasn't one. Then it was one. But then it wasn't one.
It was, just not your points. Your points are
Yep.
no good here, sir.
Yep. You know, my former broadcast partner here would have good editorial comment on that. Yeah. That was some bullshit. All right. So we got a corner guard. We got a center guard. We had one through the house. Now we're going to look to draw underneath. Ooh. Playing the tricky little thready kind of way. This is where he has in his mind's eye that the tick shot's kind of okay here. Might end up getting it.
Holding it for line. I don't know if they're going to get it around their own guard there.
What's that?
Nope, they didn't get it
No,
around
come
their
on
own
in. Grab a headset, Ken.
guard. Where's the rest of the... there we go.
There we go. And would like to welcome the third member of our broadcast today.
Welcome, Dave and Joe.
It's Ken.
How we looking here?
We're looking Utica. We're looking very Utica-ish.
Yeah. Carl's blocking the score, but
It's 7-0.
ooh,
So Roger just made the extra point. Oh, and speaking of
Speaking
which,
of extra points.
speaking of which, son of a bitch, the Packers just scored a touchdown. That's unfortunate. So apparently our defense still sucks. And they just eat 5 plays, 70 yards in 2 minutes and 22 seconds. That's, oh God.
Nobody can tackle.
no one can tackle.
I mean,
one guy got his hand on him.
Yeah.
yeah, nobody can
Oh
tackle.
my God.
The extra point attempt is spotted, kicked up and good. Scores 13-7. Flag in the play.
So if I'm watching this correctly, Roger and MJ are getting smoked here. 7-0.
Wrong
yeah.
way. Flip that.
Oh,
They're doing the smoking.
there's okay.
Yeah.
I didn't see the color.
They're the smokers. Charles the smokey.
Okay, I got it.
Well, Carl's the smoker and
Yeah,
the
it's
smoky.
smokey, Yeah.
So.
Yep.
that's-
Okay. I got it now. I see the colors. Okay. I see Mary's playing with them.
Yep.
Is she subbing for just this game? Or the
She's
weekend?
playing all
weekend.
weekend
She's on the
long.
roster now and everything.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, oh, look at that.
I folded
She-
this out. These are our teams playing right
Thank you, Joe.
there.
Oh, look at that. Nicely done, Joe. Thank you. That's a pretty good squad.
Yep. They did drop their first game to Bobby from Bucks. Bobby Bouthelette.
Bobby Bourbon.
Bourbon Bobby.
That was a hell of a shot.
That wasn't too bad.
It's right behind the guard.
That's all right. It's all right.
It's above the tee. I mean, it's pretty,
Right, you know.
pretty good. Top 4.
I mean, if you like that kind of thing.
I think that's the story of the night here for this game.
Yeah, I would
Yeah.
say.
All right. Do we have an answer? Coming from the Triangle Squad. Oh, man.
They're sweeping feverishly.
They certainly are. They got to drag
Yeah.
that there.
It's going to probably just sit right on it and bump it right up even further.
Well, that's okay to
It's
be
all right.
there.
Yeah.
It's not a bad place
Not a
to
bad
be
place to
right
be.
now.
Their next shot is to run it right back into it.
Right, which is
Well,
why.
which is
he wants to
why,
guard that up.
Why you guard it up.
why he'll throw the guard.
Yeah, exactly.
So right now, Carl's thinking, operator, information. Get me Jesus on the line because I need some help here.
Have we done a tour around the rest of the ice yet?
Yeah, we're saying everybody's getting their ass kicked.
Yeah. It's 8-1 on D.
8-1 on D, and that's Topper Waters running away.
Yeah.
On C, it's John Trader, everybody's 75th favorite John.
He's putting it to whoever they're playing. That's
that's Jim. That's Jim Sutton from Triangle. They're receiving a hurting.
7-0 after 4.
And a somewhat closer game over on A. Bourbon Bobby is leading 6-4 over Drew Neal after 4. The S&P 500 was down 2%. It's currently 67 degrees and cloudy, and the score here is 7-0. If we're not saying what you're seeing, call the KYW News Radio phone for us at 215-724-1060. That report was brought to you by Tasty Cake. Nobody bakes a cake as tasty as a Tasty Cake. That'll be we've had pretzels.
Yeah.
We've had roast pork today. Tomorrow we're making cheesesteaks.
Okay.
There's a good theme going on here.
One thing we haven't done, and we'll have pretzels again tomorrow too.
Okay.
So, we didn't buy the pretzels. Cassie, did we buy the pretzels today? That's negatory. So I
saw some here in the fridge.
Well, yeah, but if they're in the
saying
fridge,
no, you need fresh.
If they're in the fridge, you just sacrifice them. Stephen offers making a sacrifice to pizza.
Got any water ice planned?
There's some water ice in the house. We might break out water ice tomorrow night. There's not a massive amount, but we have some held over from the his and hers.
Okay. Yeah, we had that at the dessert bar.
Yep. Yeah. I could walk around and be my last at the his and hers. I was handing it out like a ballpark vendor. Somebody would raise their hand, I'd toss it down to them. Hey, what do I say? All right, Russell Candell needs to make some stuff happen. Needs to curl some.
He's going to curl it and hit their blue.
Oh,
but not.
I don't hate that because you can probably get to the blue on the button, but it's going to be really tight.
Yeah, not
Roger's going to put it.
Not if Roger has his way.
Put a guard up.
Roger is playing angry. Yeah. Oh, that's true. Oh, that's true. I mean, it was their first game of the season. Yeah. Now, Roger's playing with a definitive sense of purpose. I think he kind of felt pissed off about losing that first game, to be honest.
Was it close?
No, not really.
Not really? Okay.
It was, yeah.
Well, it was closer than this one.
It was closer than this one,
Joe,
yes.
these games, except for the one on A, they're not even close.
No.
Yeah.
Not even close.
We've broken through the 10 barrier. 11 people watching us right now.
11 people.
Yeah, 11 people.
Thank you all for watching and tuning in and spending your evening with us.
Spending your Friday night at the Bucks County Curling Club.
So we're throwing the guard up. I would have preferred coming the other way, but whatever.
I agree. But it looks like it's pretty good.
That doesn't, I don't hate it.
Yeah.
I mean, you could still get through there.
Yeah, it's tight.
How tight is right?
Well, he's looking up the.
Oh, he's looking at.
He's looking at the double there.
Yeah.
Oh,
Run
that,
back.
well,
Double run back.
they're lined up.
They're lined up.
They're
Yeah.
queued up, I think.
Yeah, he's queued up. He just has to hit play.
Yeah.
Like, he needs a Hail Mary at this point, so
Yeah.
Yeah,
do it now before it gets taken away from you, right?
yeah. I mean, a lot of times you wouldn't. Right, you're right. You wouldn't want to. Those are the kind of rocks you try to save, but
Right.
you don't. You know, it's like you're a 40-year-old virgin. What are you saving yourself for at this point? Get it over with.
He's got to hit it a little to the right of center.
Not even too much.
Not too much, just a little bit.
I think Dead Nose makes it.
He's pretty far right of center now, isn't he?
Yeah, it's coming, but he's good.
Does it have?
I don't know.
That's
It's
not
bad.
going to have enough chutzpah.
No. Nope.
That's going to spin off now. Yeah, too far to the right.
Yep.
Actually caused the rocks to drag a little bit there, and that just. And hello to Mary Fannin on the ice. Oh, Bob Saget, Temple alum. Yeah. And there was that other guy, too. Always wore a funky sweater.
Just throwing a guard here, eh, Ken?
That's what I would do, Joe.
Yeah.
I'd put it like a 3. You don't even need to go. He doesn't need to score. He just needs just to block him.
Yeah, and
Just block the.
and then Carl needs to throw whatever crazy bullshit is left to try to score, too.
Right.
Yep.
Eagles are looking like they're getting ready to do the brotherly shove. And they made it.
Looks like they made it.
That play still works, huh?
Yeah.
That play still works.
Not
Something still
outlawed,
works.
huh?
There you go. Roger threw a good one. Roger did Roger-like things.
I think Carl's best bet is to run the red backets on the center line.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
No,
I'd like the left side
Left
going
side.
right through that little port there going. There's not a lot of good options.
No, there's not.
Well, he's going to play the long angle raise.
Yeah,
so
he's doing a real long hour raise.
Run in your own.
he's looking for about an 18-foot angle raise here.
Yeah.
This is it's there. As I said, Carl was going to have to throw whatever crazy bullshit was left.
Mm-hmm.
This is crazy. You know, this has got a real chance. This has got a real chance.
Get a little
Curl up a little bit. Get the cheap way. Oh,
Good run.
that's a steal of one.
That was a good run.
Oh, man. Hang up one more. It's 8-0. And
Shakes.
Carl says, that's
enough.
enough of that. So Roger comes back with a vengeance and evens his record at 1-1. We'll have more curling coming on at 10:15 tonight. That'll be our next draw. We have action going. Great game on Sheet A. You can catch that over on YouTube. If your teams are on C&D, well,
You can watch them there too.
You can watch
You can
them
watch
there,
them.
but you might as well just go get a drink instead.
You can watch the Eagles.
Yeah,
They took the lead, by the way.
for Ken and Joe, I'm Dave. Good night.
Good night,
Good
everyone.
night, everyone.
And welcome back to the Bucks County Curling Club for the big Buckin Bonspiel. We have our late night draw, 10-15 draw. We're featuring here on tonight's featured sheet here, we have Team Mooney from Plainfield, which is Mark Mooney, Patty Coburn, John Gebhardt, and Tim Lowen, playing against Team Billet. Essentially, the Billet Bonspiel coordinators. They get an entry into another spiel. Now, the coordinators are Bill and Sue Niedrak and Rachel and Vinnie Bursey. Sue Niedrak isn't able to play in this particular tournament, so we have Wade Norquay filling in as the skip. Bill's playing the vice. Rachel Bursey is second. Vinnie throwing their lead stones here. Just for some background here, this is the third game of the pool and the last game of the pool. This will determine their final seedings into the brackets afterwards. Team Billet has won both of their games so far. If they win tonight, they will move on to the A bracket. Team Mooney is 1-1, and if they win tonight, well, then we get some interesting situations with some tiebreakers that'll all get a little crazy, which means they might get A, or it might come down to skip rocks, which have already been thrown in the first event. All depends on the outcome of the other game on sheet A. Looks like Team Mooney here has the hammer. Looking to maybe come around and see if they can address the shot stone. They've just pushed theirs up a little bit. And Weed's going to use those overlapped red rocks to see if he can get a second counter under cover. Rachel's delivery's away. The sweepers are sweeping, and I think Rachel called them off. She's right, it had plenty. It'll hang around a little deeper than they might have wanted. See if Mark decides to sit on that, and he does. He just wants to draw in, use that as backing, and get fully buried on the button. Sweeper's working hard to get it around the guard. It's just going to come up short. Now Wade's going to use triple overlapped guards to maybe get a third counter in. He would love it to be a little higher in the house. And away we go. Sweeper's on that pretty early. It does need to curl, but I think they were more concerned about the weight. It's fully exposed, but still is third shot. And a spot where Mark can't necessarily simply draw in to get to shot rock. So he's going to see if he can promote one of those overlap guards right to the button. Can be a precise little shot. They just need to steer it back and maybe get a full half of that rock, a little more. Trying to curl it back, actually. Sweeping for curl. It's not going to have enough to even get to touch it. And now we have 4 overlapped. Wade's not quite sure what to do. Do you just guard all the red? Put one up in the way there? He thinks that double tap on the red might be lined up a little. Yep. In the end, that's what I think he's calling. Get one of their stones in front of all those reds, because those 2 red, the red in the 12-foot, it's definitely queued up to come back and cause a commotion in the house for sure. A little heavier than they needed for a guard, and that's going to jostle things up. It might do its job as far as at least rearranging things. Oh no, it actually set up the red tap back even better. And my guess is Mark is going to look at that and say, we're going to promote now, and that's what he did. Sliding the broom back there, I think, indicating he wanted more like a back 8 weight, maybe back 12. And that was a bit wide. I don't think it's going to come back for the tap. Maybe they can draw around it for something interesting, but I think we are just sailing through. Well, that gets the third counter. But I'm pretty sure Wade is going to need to block that promote. Mark's definitely going to take a crack at it with one of his rocks. So now John Gebhardt just threw what we call vice rocks, rocks 5 and 6, but he is not vicing. He prefers to be sweeping all those rocks, so he's going to sweep the skip stones. And instead, Patty goes back and takes his spot in the house for Mark when he throws. Wade's asking for just a little less ice. Bills did not curl as much. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll see if it's a case where it doesn't curl back over the center line. Sometimes you get a little issue with the center line. Maybe rocks don't want to get up and over. I think she called top 12, which would be heavier than they wanted. Nah, it's just a 2 guard. Didn't get back to even the spot they wanted, so maybe that is an issue where the rocks aren't curling towards the center line. We'll keep an eye on that. Mark explaining the options here for where he wants this tap to go. It looks like he was saying he wanted to hit it on the inside or the left side of the rock. Which might give it a better angle back on the second rock to get it back to the button. We're away. That definitely looked heavier than the previous attempts here. Not going to hit on the side of the rock he was asking, but I think it'll still serve its purpose. Well, it didn't make it to the button. Blue is still shot on the back four. Can't tell who's second. So now Wade's deciding, do they promote their blue into the button? Instead of, the other option would be to guard the left side just to keep them from tapping a rock in to make sure that they get to shot. But I don't mind this call. If you leave them to tap, if they make it, it's just for one. No, he's moving the broom back. I think he is trying to cut across and guard now. Calling this as a 2-guard, but it is running straight down that center line. It really takes its time to curl back. I don't know that this is going to guard much of what they wanted, so Mark will get a chance to likely try to double tap to get that, move their red from the biting the four to biting the button. So we're looking at the same shot he threw last time, essentially. Definitely wants to hit the rock on the right side this time, which is what he did last time. So if muscle memory is anything, just throw the same thing. I'm looking at the overhead, and I think blue is sitting 2. definitely wants to get this in there to at least cut it to 1. Sweepers are off. I think the weight's all right. It's all about the angle now. And he's got it. Perfect shot. Gets there 1. Really nice job by Mark Mooney there. Wade's coming down, I think, kicking himself that he couldn't get that guard in a good spot. I'm going to keep my eye on that sheet A also because that has playoff implications, or seeding implications as we should say here. Which is the Philly team skipped by Plotcher, who is leading 2-0 over the Diamond State team of Vild. If Diamond State wins that game, my understanding is Team Billet, the Bucks team on this sheet, will move on to the A event regardless of the outcome. However, if Team Plotcher wins, that puts them into a three-way tie, possibly. They would be 2-1, and we could possibly have a 2-1, 2-1 split over here as well. And then we would come down to some measurements, which the Team Billet team would win also on measurements. I think how Team Mooney gets in is if they win today and Diamond State wins, which would put Diamond State and Philadelphia Team Plotcher at 1 and 2. And then we would have our Team Billet of Wade Norquay and Team Plainfield of Team Mooney tied at 2 wins, 1 loss apiece, and then that would go to head-to-head, and Team Mooney would win that one. So they're both playing their hearts out here, but they have an eye on the sheet next to them just to see what's going on. So right off the bat here, we got Team Mooney got their, they have a center guard up. Wade asked for them to draw around, but they left it short with a guard. Ooh, we have a wild rock from a takeout on sheet C flying over on our sheet. They caught it in time. Mark's calling for the draw around here. See if he can get one hiding behind to set up a steal. So they get it around. Now sweepers are trying to get all the distance they can out of it. Can they get it to bite? Oh, they get it all the way through top 12, all the way to top 8. Fully buried. Wade probably got to look to clear some guards. He could draw in front of it, but instead, time to clear some guards. Maybe he gets them both. He's going to line it up to see if there's a way he can get both when he's calling line on the way down. Normal takeout weight's called. I think she's right on line. They're waiting for it to curl back. It is not. It still hangs on that center line coming back this way as well. They get a little thinner than they hoped, but they get the peel. Mark will likely look to put that back. Shots away. Sweepers say the weight's good. Guard. Still sweeping it just to be sure. You get a little biter out of it. And so now Wade's got to turn his attention to the other guard and clear that one. Looking for a straight peel. No need to run that back, because if you run it straight back, you're going to leave your shooter as a guard. And it came kind of straight back and left the shooter as the guard. I imagine Mark's going to put up another. Oh, or thinking about hitting that one off the end, just taking two out of play. Just as a consideration. Always good to consider all the options. Say, am I crazy hitting this? Team says, yeah, just put a guard up. So. John's first shot's away. They say it's a guard. And then the save might be biting. Yeah, it's definitely going to come in and tap a little bit. Might give Wade a target now to hit instead of clearing guard. I could see him maybe trying to hit that one instead. I think it's all right. You could go for it and just say if you're narrow, blue's plan B. But instead, blue is plan A, clear the guard. In this case, wide would be plan B. He did flick it a little. He might be wide. They're saying sweep really hard. Just ticket. Guard goes back up. That's the call. That settles on in, probably closer than they liked. I'm sure Wade's going to just say, blow this up. Called normal up here. You don't want to hit that top one too thin, or you're only going to get one. And they will only get the one. Team Bill's going to have a heck of a time trying to figure out how to get on the board here. The Plainfield team was discussing the best spot to put this guard, possibly considering tapping that one closer. Which would be interesting because that would make them sit free with a guard and really put the pressure on. Shots away. I heard them call maybe 3-4. He was probably hoping for a little more than that, but 3-4 is enough to at least tap it up. Gonna settle in at the 3 and not get the tap. Sort of tough when you're asking your skip to throw the big blast because you're really out of rocks. You're talking about the angles here, and even if you blow it all up, are you still just leaving Mark sitting 2 with a chance to guard again, even if you double things out? But he is going to look for that double. I think that's a smidge tighter ice than he gave on Bill's. It's just running straight on that center line. Now, if this is a case where once you're over the center line, it takes off, this could be a real tricky spot. Normal up, and that does move a little more, I think. Coming off the center line right away. He does get one red out. Knocked his own out from the side in the process. Mark's still sitting 2. Hard to say if that one at the top is biting or not. I know on the camera we can see a little bit of white, but you have that slight angle, which maybe if you look directly overhead, it's biting. Trying to tell from Bill's body language on his way back. He just inspected it. But if they do just guard up the center here, got to be honest, I missed the call if this was a guard or if they're going to try and tap theirs up a little bit just to be to the button. Right now, Bucks would have a draw to full 4 to get their 1. Calling this as a 5, which would be top 8. They were looking to touch that a little bit. Does put Bucks in a tough spot now. If they hit those, one is staying around, then it'll be a steal of one. I think their only hope, their only option to score is going to be to draw the 4-foot. But if you go for that, you're at risk of giving up 2, 3, 4 if that biter is a biter. If they nose it and hit right where they're pointing, I think it works out to be a steal of one. And in this particular end, maybe that's the best outcome. Sometimes you just have to go with what you're given. Risk reward here. Going for one at risk of giving up 3 or 4 is a little bit tough. I can tell from Wade's discussion with the front end, he's not thrilled with it, but I think that's all he has. You definitely got to hold the shooter. You can't lose the shooter. That has to outcount something. Little wobble on the delivery. I think he corrected, but I think they want to. Oh, that's on the outside of the center line and ran straight. Knock that away, and I think it'll just be a steal of one. Probably was the best outcome. I think Wade thought maybe if he hit that at a little different angle, maybe he could have gotten that to the second redstone to travel just 2 feet more. He's not happy with it, but I think all in all, a good outcome given the way that end was set up early. So, Plainfield up 2-0. And they're still going to play the center guards. No point in drawing anything in yet. They're still going to play with what's been working for them so far. Very high guard, right, splitting the center line. Wade's call is to come into the house. He didn't want a guard. He's actually calling for it in. Line's pretty good. Sweepers aren't touching it really. It was just a little brief clean, but I think that needs to come to rest on its own. It's a good judge by the sweepers to not sweep, but Mark is able to dig that out. They're looking very closely. So Mark's calling for this one to come around and in. I think he tapped in the house top 12. So Sweeper's going to work a little extra to drag this as far as they can. It's going to settle down in a 2-guard zone. Wade's probably going to still draw to the outside. If he did last time, I imagine he would this time too, and that's the call. He's going to do same ice, just give me a little less oomph. Throw it to your sweepers. The way we go, and that is less, enough less that they're on it because they definitely think it needs help to get there, and Wade said take a look. So he thinks it's there on its own. But no, it needed every sweep, every single brush stroke. Still didn't quite make it. So now Mark's going to look to draw behind a couple of hooked guards. See if he can set up another steal. Sweepers called that as close, but they're on it. I think they're on it for line because that might hook back and just clip their guard ever so slightly. Wade's really looking to score up set up a multiple point end. So drawing behind is like, get one now, we'll figure out how to get a second one later. Both ways are open. He's asking Rachel which way you want to draw in. She prefers the out turn, it looks like. And away they go. I think that's down weight. Sweepers agree. They're on it. Hard line is called also. And Sweepers give up. That just the guard. Weren't going to get it there. Probably just a difference of throwing a different line. I don't know that we've thrown anything that far out on this way down yet. So Tim gets a second shot to draw one in from this direction. They're looking for it to curl. He's just sweeping for curl for sure, because I think it's got all the weight it needs. And they did get that curl. They'll let that come to rest. They're going to hope it stops before the tee line. And we'll split the tee line. Almost even before it stopped. Wade said we just got to draw right onto it. I think that's their only play. And we're away. And that one's going to need to curl also. That one's just not going to make the left turn, or the right turn it needs to make. It's going to come in and clip that red guard. Ooh, and then a bit of unlucky ticky-tacky, wicky-wacky shot there. They end up promoting Plainfield's guard into the second shot. Mark's going to say, well, let's draw a third one in. Just wasn't enough. Hangs out a little bit. Two options there that Wade's drawing up is to tap that guard, which I like because even if you don't make the shot, you're opening a path up for later, or draw around the outside. We're going to come with the in-turn tap. Got to sweep for line, got to hold that. You want to hit it on the outside. I think they're going to nose it at best and run it straight back. No, they're going to actually over curl and push it towards the outside. overcall even, so it doesn't even get to be third or even be second shot. It settles in at third. I imagine Mark's going to put something. Well, I was going to guess top 12 to guard the draw in. I was going to guess there where he's tapping, but his preferred spot is to get behind and sit his third shot under cover. Judging by the way the ones have curled last time, I don't know that that'll come back to undercover. I say with a question mark. It actually pulls it all the way back to the shot stone, which wasn't the called shot. We'll say that was better than the called shot. So now Wade's really looking for anything. He's calling it a normal hit to run that back and make a mess of what Team Mooney has set up in the house now. Calling yes for line. You want to make sure you hit this on the outside. I think they're holding it outside. Is it enough? He says, whoa, it must be pretty close. Oh. Pushes it through and misses everything. Mark's looking to lock one right on that pile, sit 4. So the draw is away. Sweepers are disinterested. They did get it to be 4th shot. Is it 1, 2, 3, 4? How is Wade going to work his way out of this one? He either has to blast a lot of red or settle for another damage control effort here. So his first plan, hit the one that Mark just threw and see if he can make a mess of what's behind the guards. Let's see. He's laughing on the way back because I think he knows he's in a heap of trouble here. And away we go. Gave an extra push to make sure that was gonna send a lot of granite flying. He did move some things off the button. But Mark is still sitting 1, 2, 3 and put another one in for 4. little discussion there of what plan A, B, and C are, I think. But I think they said 3-4, and that's going to settle in there. They want to get it to be fourth, I think. But it's just third. They drop the path. It's open. You can draw the 4-foot. You just want to stay way the heck away from the one Mark just threw, because the worst thing you could do, putting it out there. Martha would say, don't say it. You're putting it out there. I'm putting it out there. The worst thing he could do is tap the one that Mark just threw and give up a steal of 4. But I think he has the broom set up way far out to take that possibility away. If he's heavy, he has backing to limit the damage to 1. The way they go, sweepers are just keeping it clean now. Vinny's on it. And as I've been told by Martha, I just put it out into the universe, and it happened. Got a little narrow on that. Tapped up. Steal of 4. That's going to put this game at 6-0 in favor of the team from Plainfield. Keeping an eye on that sheet A, which also has implications for the seeding of this pool. Team the Philly Freeze is up 3-2 over the Diamond State team Vild. Keep doing what's working. Center guard right on the center line. Curiously, calls just to draw around. He's not going to try and set up corner guards and set up a multiple that way. I think he's just trying to get on the board. Get rid of the stupid hammer. That's a pretty good draw coming in. Sweeper's going to bring it right to top 8. Fully buried. Mark's fine with that there. He's okay with a force of 1. Goal here is to lock one right on top of it. Doing that will shrink that scoring area and really make it tough to get a multiple. Sweeping for distance, but they need to let it go for line. In the end, instead of getting it on top, they got one that's now shot rock by just a smidge. I think Wade is right there. The only real call, you got to get rid of it. You got to address it. Just something nice and easy. He's looking for bumper weight is what he called there. You want to lose the red, but you want to keep your shooter around, so no need to fire a missile. And in my experience, the lower weight takeout you can call, the better odds your shooter, your player will have of hitting broom. Sometimes upweight shots are a little tough to keep on line. You also give your sweepers a chance to steer it a bit. So we're going to trade hits here. Mark's going to see if he can hit that and flop underneath. Tim shots away, but they're calling a little tight on line. Want to sweep it a bit. Way to call the same thing. Let's do a takeout and keep that shooter around somewhere. Ideally back to the center line. Don't leave a double back. Runs a bit wide. A bit wide. I think we're going to sail by here. Heck, the worst thing you do is tick it and make it close. So I think they swept it to make sure it missed 100%. So the call is just back 8 weight to get the shot stone out from under cover. Wade's fully buried. They can't really come at it with full takeout weight. Didn't quite get the oomph they wanted on that one. But the way those Reds are set up, I think Wade's got to deal with one of them. Can't make them both go away. At least not from the outside. So a little less weight than the last time and a little less broom and a little more accurate. I think they're going to catch the outside and they're going to push the red right into their own. That's what I was afraid of. So Mark's probably going to put up a guard. No, he just says they'll do a little tap. Tap that to the button, leave their shooter right there. I think he's all right if it just dies in the 4 foot. Dies in the 12 foot, that is. Anywhere in that range. Not curling as much as they hope. Going to try to add some curl to it. They'll get the tap. I don't know, is that port wider than a stone? Was there any chance the bad luck carries through and they fire one right through? I don't think it's wider than a stone. I'm putting it out in the universe, Martha. Normal shot coming. Normal weight takeout. Let's see if Bill can dial up a double here. This ain't normal. And just gets one right on the nose. And Mark's gonna look to take that right out. Gonna need to hit that on the outside. On the right side if you're looking on the overhead cam. He's got it right in the 1 o'clock position on that stone. Gets it out without moving theirs. Wade's calling same weight, and he's calling for the double again. He's looking to, that was his first instinct, was just go bang, bang. It's probably the only way they get to that stone that's unshot. And I think this one's going to sail through. Then he can probably save himself. So the discussion now, where do we put the guard? Or do we draw another one in? Do you guard them from throwing the double again? Or do you just guard them from taking shot stone out directly? I think anything in the top 12 is going to cause another headache for Wade here. He might have to bail out and just draw around the open side and see if he can dial in draw weight for his last shot. Calling just a 2-3, but they want it to curl to be effective. An effective guard. Definitely takes the double away. So Wade's got to look to either come down weight, board weight maybe through that port. And that's what he's looking at. Honestly, it's probably not bad if he's narrow and takes the rock off the center line. So we're away. I heard the call was bumper weight. Doesn't get through, but does move things around a bit. Might give him an option on his last. Mark doesn't even want to guard. He's just draw right down to it. Probably not down to it. Leave it a little out so that even if Wade hits it, it wouldn't outcount the Stones. Stones 2 and 3 right now. That's what they're saying. Put it up there. Put it up in the top 12, biting 8. Calling straight. Well, that's taking a pretty hard hook there. Well, even if Wade hits that, he's not going to outcount the one that was just thrown. And so the choice is, do you draw around or not draw? Not draw. You throw heavyweight around and somehow tick off of those on the right and sneak in, tapping there and drifting into the button. He's diagramming it like that. He's also looking at running back. Their blue stone, which at least lets you throw it harder, I guess. He doesn't like that. Nope, look right at that run back and shakes his head. I think that's what Wade has in his head now. He's like, he just wants to hit that little pair of rocks and ricochet around, essentially hope for the best. Give me the broom right there. I'm going to fire this in and hope for the best. We're away with a rocket. Sweepers can't even keep up. Hit, ricochet, fun stuff. It's going to be 1, 2, 3 for the steal. And that might be enough. Let's see. Late draw. They're talking about, do we go? Do we not go? I don't know. Let's see. And they're going to call it. Late night game on a Friday night when the draw starts at 10 o'clock. I think you call it done. That puts Plainfield team Mooney at 2-1. And Bucks County team Billet also at 2-1. Tied atop the standings pending the outcome of the Philadelphia Diamond State game on sheet A. I haven't seen a score go up after the fourth end, but I know Diamond State scored. So at a minimum, that game is tied. Diamond State might have the lead. So if you want to, if you're keen on this Pool A here and you want to see what's going on, flip on over to our live stream on Pool A, Sheet A, and catch the last end or the last half of Philly v. Diamond State. But that's it for me tonight. Thanks for joining us. The Bucks County Curling Club, Big Buckin Bonspiel 2024. Take care and good night, everyone.